Ah, good lord, I'm late. Good lord, I'm late. I was making dinner. Sorry. Even though I don't think anybody's here, but I haven't checked yet. Oh, and I'm not on recording settings, am I? Nope, not on recording settings, on streaming settings. And now we go. Oh, this is nice. I didn't even think about this. I'm going to be doing some exploration this stream, so I can use my little fake second monitor as a fake second monitor and have the interactive map open on it. What am I doing? I'm not speaking into my mic right now if I'm real quiet. If I'm real quiet. Fashionably late as always. Hi, Starshade. I'm here. I'm here. I was making dinner, sorry. I had to clean up after myself. I didn't want to leave a horribly messy sink. Oh, yeah, spun into the game as Yun Jin. It's topical. It's the name of the stream. Um, this is really loud for me. I'm gonna turn it down for myself a little bit. Oh, and turn up the music. Hello, Crystal. Hello, everybody. Be quiet, Paimon. So, all the best streamers, like, leave messy sinks like Asmund. Look, everything that I have ever learned about Asmongold is against my will. It was only, like, this year that I found out that his entire thing was, like, rage baiting, essentially. He just makes himself... I mean, I don't know if he does it on purpose. I wouldn't be surprised. But he makes himself such a disgusting human being that people hate watch his streams. And I had no idea until, like, this year. I thought he was, like, a respectable person. So please stop talking about him in my chat. Thank you very much. Anyways, yeah, I'm a little bit late. I have my dinner here, and I feel bad for underestimating Yun Jin for all these years. Because I don't know if I ever really said it, but I always felt like she was one of the units that I really regretted taking to level 90 just because I never used her. It was her and Jean that I never really used either of them for much of anything. I don't know. Everyone else is pretty... I've gotten some decent use out of, or they're funny, like Crowned Mika. We love Crowned Mika. But, I always felt... I always just felt like she was never really all that good, and I never used her for much of anything. But I've kept coming across the claims that she's like a Bennett side grade in certain teams, and I don't think that's really true anymore with the context of Farina because of how valuable Bennett's healing became. So, you know, now before it was more just a defensive, nice utility thing, but now there is actual value in Bennett's healing. So she's still worse, and she's still uh more what's the term? She has more restrictive teams, but being worse than Bennett is not a bad thing at all. Not half the game, like 90% of the game is worse than Bennett. So I have been reading the things that say that she is potentially a Bennett side grade in some teams if you're not using Farina, and I sort of started to realize that I never saw much mileage out of Yun Jin because my Yun Jin is complete garbage. I don't think I ever really put in the time to building her right, and she is a unit that you really do have to build right if you want to get value out of her buffs. I clicked my middle mouse button. So, as you've seen, I've finally swapped off Fav to Footprint of the Rainbow. I am not going to survive off of this, but I also, just as a starting point, I have I was reading up on artifact sets for her, And everybody says that Husk is the best. I'm gonna spoil the surprise if I click that. Everyone says Husk is the best because Husk is it just gives you a shitload of defense, and all she needs is defense and energy recharge to what's it called? Energy recharge to requirements. But there is no but. I just have like no good Husk set for her. So for the moment, I've decided to go scroll in Husk. 2P scroll, 2P Husk. I was also reading a little bit about how Husk is pretty useful on her. She essentially has three artifact sets. It's three pre Netland artifact sets with Husk. Do I not have the other two filtered? I guess I don't. It was Husk, Noblesse, and I forget what it's called. Archaic. No, Petra is what people call it. But Petra's annoying as shit. And she doesn't really make use of the 2P set bonus. So basically, since Natlan came out, I was doing reading. I was on r/Yun Jin mains, the best source of information of all time. I was reading the 2-year-old KQM article. There is not a lot of content on Yun Jin out there. But what I did find was that people were like, yeah, you can use Archaic Petra, but it's a pain in the ass, and you probably should just use Scroll instead. I can't make use of 4-piece Scroll in this team because obviously my DPS is Aoife. I could for Yelan, but that feels like I'm defeating the point. But this is what I'm going with for now. I'm seeing if I can maybe make this work from an energy perspective. I think my energy is still kind of garbage. Only 140. I definitely am going to need more. And I might just bite the bullet right now and swap to an ER sand. Oh, this is okay. I don't have like any things to level up. So I was going to start off this stream doing a little bit of artifact routing and maybe be able to level up half of an artifact. Not even. But you can see my circlet is not leveled. Neither my flower or my feather are leveled. I don't have a 4-piece set. She sucks. Although right now, I think she has about the same, a little bit worse energy recharge than I did on my 4-piece Husk build, and a lot more defense. Actually, not a lot more, but a little more, just because Footprint of the Rainbow is doing so much hard carrying. I have found that people, I mean, I don't know if this is just min-max Yun Jinners doing this, but I've seen like basically only Footprint of the Rainbow users, and no, Fav has been sort of, what's it called, phased out. People don't really use Fav anymore, and that's a little insane, but I guess that this does give her more valuable stats. So Fav is probably, I mean, Fav is probably still more useful on, just because, I'm going back and forth, but because Favlance is a high base attack, low substat, it's not as great as like a Fav Sword or a Fav Bow would be on a supportive character. So I think Footprint of the Rainbow has just almost entirely taken over the Yun Jin community. I like Yun Jin, I just never know what to do with her. That's my thing. I leveled her because she was pretty, and I was going to use her in a Chiori team, a Mono Geo Chiori team, but I just never did, I guess. I didn't have enough artifacts, and maybe that's why I'm back in Husk, because I subliminally was telling myself that I need a better Yun Jin build. 140% ER? I know, even this is disgusting. I was reading, hold up, I have a KQM article. I was reading it. And the little, like, quick guide card thing. No. I forgot to type in Yun Jin into the search. The little quick guide card thing said... Hold on. Where is my thing? Here it is. Let's make this a little larger. Let's do this. I don't know if you can really see it any better, but it says 200 to 270% ER solo geo. This is miserable. And also, yes, it is her birthday. Happy birthday, Yun Jin. I didn't do this on purpose. I found out it was her birthday after I started reading her article and and doing and going on Yun Jin mains and being like, wait, I actually think Yun Jin's kind of cool. So this was just all a happy accident. But we're doing Yun Jin. Also, I have not crowned her burst. So I think that is probably gonna hurt how good she is. I really don't know why. I like by my standards I should, because I crown really all supportive abilities that I have like Goro burst crowned or Goro skill crowned because that's what gives the defense bonus increase. But I just never bothered with Yunjin. So maybe I don't know, maybe this week is the time for that. Sort of the reason why I put Aoife in the thumbnail. Put Aoife in the thumbnail because a lot of people have been talking about, you know, Aoife Yunjin things. And while I'm not comfortable having DPS Aoife be my sole healer and for a Farina team, that's why I've got Yelan going on here, and I'll have to do some gearing. While I'm not comfortable with that, I do. Is this a butt? I don't really know if it is a butt, but the big thing that I didn't like about using Yunjin as a Bennett alternative was that she doesn't bring healing. So even if you're not using the healing for Farina, there is legitimate defensive utility in that. So now that we have a carry that heals the entire team just by attacking, I feel a little more comfortable using supports that don't heal. So that's where I'm at. Those are all my thoughts with Yunjin for the moment. And we are going to start off the stream with a funky little bit of artifact routes. So I can maybe do like half a level on one of my Yunjin artifacts. Yeah. Happy birthday, Yunjin. I'm starting to pay attention to you now. What am I looking for? I'm looking for this. Why does Razor have my Obsidian Codex feather? Attack, thank you. I am grabbing this. So Farazan, you can just take that. And I guess Farazan in this team will be using... Or no, I think I want to keep Farazan on Scroll in this team. I like Scroll Farazan. Especially because we have Yelan dealing damage. So Yelan would not benefit from Tenacity. This is just how it's going to be for a little bit. We'll see. We'll see if this is enough. We're going to have double Fav going on in the team, so I hope that that at least helps a little bit. But that's what we're up to. Let's see if we have everything set up. That is not good. Oh, I can see now, I leveled up my Tenacity HP goblet all the way. There it is. It rolled into defense 2 times. But I got some decent crit rolls going on there. That's a 30 crit value. And is it... Oh, well, this has energy recharge, so I do use this, and flat HP. So this thing is just cracked to hell and back. Jesus Christ. I love this goblet so much. I'm so happy I have it. And then we do... Where are you? Crit damage. And I might take a bite of my food before it gets cold. Oh, wait. She was already wearing it. Yippee. Look at that. Look at that beautiful, beautiful Yelan while I take a bite of my sausage. I made sausage, pasta, and asparagus, guys. This shit looks delicious. Okay. All farm grown? No, none of it farm grown. But it's all organic. Maybe the pasta isn't. But the rest of it is. Nothing is actually growing on the farm at the moment. Where they just moved down here, so we just did all like the fruit tree planting this season, and it's not going to be ready for like another 2 years, sadly. I'm going scroll. I'm going scroll. Indeed, yes I am. Do I need energy recharge? This is a cracked piece anyways, so I'll just use it. Actually, wait, no, I don't. Geeking. Geeking out of my mind. Alright, everyone's looking good, except for Yun Jin, who is looking suspicious at best. And I don't know, oh wait, I can ascend this as well, I forgot. Save that for stream. Oh boy, that's a lot. Whatever. I'm trying to save my stuff. Do I have to level the Sequence of Solitude to level 90? I already put the video out. Will anyone get mad at me if I don't level this all the way? Because I still have to farm this stuff, which I don't want to do. Maybe I just won't do it. Even though I said I would in the video, I'm just hoping that no one was paying attention. So, still not above 2,000 defense. She is if she uses her skill, though. Yippee! 21. Also, how long does this last for? 15 seconds. That's good. That's real good. I also need to do a little bit of testing. Is it connected to the start of the skill hold? I think it is. Wait till it goes away. I see those arrows up. And yep, tied to the start of the press. Not that that really matters. Whee!
Another test subject.
Sadly, we can't get any big front-loaded Farazan damage with this team. But, okay, cool. Everyone's already dead. I don't really know why I bothered doing any sort of setup. We can't do any big funny Farazan damage because no Bennett. No attack percent buffing. So this is just gonna be a worse team in a lot of different ways. But it's fine. If it still does well, it still does well. Where are these guys? Hey guys. And also no big funny Aoife burst number. Just all around not as good, but it's fine. We love Yun Jin. That's why she's only really usable in teams that get their damage from one character doing normal attacks. Okay. He's too tall. Aoife too tall. Oh, I didn't even change Aoife weapon, did I? I did not. Whoopsie daisy. Oopsie. And then that's it for this location. How many extra shots does Aoife get with the attack speed buff? Well, right now 0, because my Yun Jin is only C3. I would need C6 for the attack speed buff, but 12%. Is there... I wish I had Jean C2. That's 15%. I don't know if there's an equivalent attack speed buff. There aren't many sources of attack speed buff in this game, but, you know, no hit lag going on. So he does have just 12% faster attack speed, which goes from, he's 13, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yup. So that would be, I don't know, 13 times 0.12 or 1.12.
Huh?
I don't even know if that results in another. No, it definitely does. Probably just one extra. Yeah, it's 14.5, so potentially 15. but probably, or potentially 2 extra, but probably just 1 extra. Hi. Maybe I just Yun Jin here. Okay, great. At least the cooldown didn't get canceled. Look at that, look at that, big number, right? No Farazan buff, no nothing. And he's already doing 16,000. Part of the reason why I'm doing this is I just want to be happy when I see Yun Jin come on my screen. When I see the Yun Jin, when I pull a spare Yun Jin. If I can actually like get a good build on her and find some situations which I enjoy using her, I would not feel sad when I got a Yun Jin con. Hello, hello Daniel Stockton. Doesn't Mika give attack speed? He does. But as I just showed off, my Mika is crowned. And he gives about double the attack speed that Yun Jin does. So it wouldn't really be a good testing metric. I could do it. And also, while I was testing, I can show this off for a second. Yun Jin, not Yun Jin, Aoife has a weird thing with attack speed, where, so I'm gonna, you know, normally he jumps into the air, you hold his attack, and he just goes into the hold mode, and he fires as fast as he can, right? That's normal, that's how everything goes. But he has a weird interaction with attack speed in my experience. This I could also do another bug report, where I'm just holding the button, he does a normal attack first, which is slower than his like regular normal spam when he's holding it. So it doesn't actually result in as many normal attacks as you should get. And I have already oh, this is actually the place that I showed it off at. But I reported one Aoife bug already, which is I'm gonna show this off too. I'm the Aoife connoisseur here. I mentioned in a past stream that sometimes Aoife's tonic shots don't trigger Auron's lightning bolts. And I can show it off right now. No, I won't do it on these guys. I'll do it. Let's get the burst so Auron has some Night Soul points. I'll do it against this guy. Watch this. If you start his skill and you start shooting outside of Auron's hypersense range, Aoife's shots won't trigger Auron's lightning bolts. So I recorded a video of it just over there, and I reported it to Hoyo, because I was like, this is not how it should be. The boyfriends should work perfectly together. So now I have to report my other Aoife bug, which is attack speed doesn't work properly on him and makes him do a normal attack before going into his hold attack. Coming into a stream called Giving Yun Jin a Second Chance and hearing you just want to be happy when you see her. It feels like you're taking back a toxic ex. Except I'm the toxic ex in this situation, because I underestimated her. I didn't give her the respect that she deserved. Look at that. Look at that big number. Look at those numbers. Those aren't bad. Imagine if I had a real Yun Jin build. Am I gonna report the goofy eye glitch too? Oh, yeah. I guess I should report that too. How does... I don't even know what triggers that. I remember seeing that... Was it in yesterday's stream that I did that? I think I remember... I clicked in from here. I don't know. That one isn't replicable, it seems. Or I just don't know how to replicate it.
Huh?
But I figure people will notice that one. I don't know. Do I have to do that one? Maybe I will take up the mantle of Aoife's savior and report all of his bugs. It is really weirdly buggy how he is. And also, it's really weird how both members of the Flower Feather clan had weird visual glitches with their facial features.
Did you hear that?
I actually never saw the Chaska big nose glitch, and I'm really sad.
Maybe I'm
I couldn't even find footage of it online when looking for 10 seconds. I was so dedicated.
Let's go.
I need to turn down the volume on my laptop. I hope you guys didn't hear that notification. Toxic Part is using Yun Jin as an excuse to flirt with Aoife more. Look, okay, the reason I'm doing it is because of Aoife. It's twofold. It's because I'm happy that I think it's cool that just period, I think it's cool that I have a carry that he heals himself while dealing okay damage on field. I think that's a neat gimmick. But number two is it frees him from circle impact, which actually is a pretty big thing for Aoife, because he gets hit out of the sky real easy. Whee, artifacts. But yes, I will admit that I am using this title to game the algorithm, because people click on Aoife content, and I don't know if people would click on solely a Yun Jin stream. There is no more artifact over here. What am I doing? There's artifact over here. Funny visual bug with Aoife where if you switch weapons in mid-normal attack animation, your gun turns into the catalyst. That, I know that's a weird animation with a lot of or a weird visual glitch with a ton of characters. Their weapons get really messed up when you swap mid-animation. Let's test it. Let's test it. There we go. Even spins it around. It's cute. Especially, I think, does that exist for Risley? Does that exist for Risley? That would be silly.
Job for me?
Yep, there it is. So yeah, I don't think they're fixing that anytime soon, because that, I think it's just something to do with like the loading, how they load models while you're switching weapons. Yelan.
It's time to pull the trigger.
Click for Aoife content and chill streamer content. I am happy to provide. But there we go. Cold hard proof that someone clicked for Aoife.
Take it easy.
Also, this is a traversal team. I forgot that Yelan has this. I don't even like use traversal teams that much, because I prefer using characters I like over characters that run around fast. So it's nice that sometimes a character I like is able to run around fast. Oh god, why are there no artifacts anywhere? And then over here. Kill. Okay, no kill. I also probably eventually should see how this works on like actual bosses that can survive more than half a rotation. More than 10% of a rotation, really. But for now, I'm happy just beating up guys in the overworld. I gotta... Alright, okay. Discord, shut up for a second. My Discord notifications are blocking off the text chat and I can't properly see it. Whee. Oh yeah, and Yelan is just here as like a baby Farina. I don't know, I still need to check out calcs, because I get a lot of conflicting information on whether Yelan or Farina does more damage. And I think that's kind of funny. Although, I guess maybe that makes sense because they are both used in a lot of different situations and do varying damage in a lot of different teams. But I would think that it would be a bit of an easier question. I could, you know what, no. I was going to say I could just check motion values, but I do not know Farina's hit rate well enough because it's strange, it's odd. It hits at inconsistent intervals. probably someone out there that's smarter than me that figured out how many times Farina hits in your average rotation. Dorsal fin 1. What fun stuff have I cooked up today? Well, I've cooked up a bad Yun Jin build that doesn't have any leveled artifacts. But I haven't cooked up anything yet, really. I just want to give Yun Jin the respect I think she deserves. So for the time being, I'm using her with Aoife, because I think Aoife is a character who makes her, what's it called? I'm gonna kill everyone with this Farazan burst. Aoife is a character who makes her weaknesses compared to Bennett feel less so, and her strengths over Bennett feel a little more pronounced. And also people have been talking about them a lot. So I figured I'd give it a try because I never use my Yun Jin for freaking anything. What even is my crit ratio right now? Okay. That could be better. What's my flower? I have that flower. Okay, never mind. Maybe it can't be better. The artifacts I always go farmer over there, but my route always takes me over here so I can kill this big silly guy. What even is my rotation? Who even has rotations anymore? Ow. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that big damage. Not as big as the Farina Bennett damage, but I guess not too surprising, because I'm using a shitty uncrowned Yun Jin build, and I am not using Farina Bennett. Doop doop. Doop doop. Doop doop. Okay, that's everything over here. Rotations never heard of her. Rotation? Isn't that something a tire does? What's that doing in my gacha game?
I can barely open my eyes in this wind. It's so cold.
So yeah,
No flying for me.
I like Yun Jin. I think she's pretty. And I could also check her out in a few other teams, perhaps, depending on how long this stream goes. But for now, I would at least like to stick to Aoife content. I'm liking Aoife a lot. He's not, I mean, he's not incredibly fun. Or, like, the main gameplay is obviously not that fun. You just press E and then hold button. It's Chaska gameplay, which isn't all that crazy. But he's surprisingly fun to think about. What am I looking for? My spots. Where are all my spots? I'll just go to now. Oh, wait, no. I'll go here. These guys might be able to survive a rotation. Design makes me so happy. Yes. Pretty little, I don't know what she really reminds me of, but I just love the colors. I love the colors, and I fucking love the opera singing voice. I think that's so great. I'm taking another dinner bite so it doesn't get cold, even though it probably already is cold. It is cold.
Most things in life aren't one and done. Soon as you're rested up, let's make a move.
Okay. These are my girlies over here. A while back when I was, excuse me, farming, this domain, I should farm every domain. I always say this. Every time I think of an artifact domain, I'm like, I need to start farming this domain more. I just need more artifacts. I spent too long building characters, and now I'm considering crowning Yun Jin, so the problem just keeps getting worse. When I was back farming this artifact domain, whenever I was done for the day, I would come down here. There's a third girl. Where's the third girl? She's like hiding somewhere. But there definitely is a third girl. There's a mirror maiden. Is she down the road? Maybe I'm lying. Maybe I'm gaslighting you all. I swear there are 3 girls, so you get 200 more by killing each of them, and then there are a few artifacts by them. So it's a nice little spot. There we go. She is hiding. Also, that's nice. Occasionally Yun Jin can get a crystallized shield. Oh, there we go. We got a few crystallized shields. So you can get a fun little shield for Aoife. And the damage is nice. I'm going to share what I'm eating. I made asparagus and pasta and sausage. And it is delicious. And it's going to make my pee smell funny. Then there's some more over here. Fontaine is great because even though the artifact routes don't have a ton of artifacts on them, they do have a good amount of elite enemies. So you can get a lot of passive Mora that way. So that's why I like running the Fontaine routes. The leeway ones are the best because there's like a million billion artifact spots and they all have artifacts and Mora. Hey. Wait, did she just call me a rude lout? I didn't know that. Also, look at that! Yun Jin that has enough ER! Isn't this crazy? Only 180 ER in a solo Geo team, and it's enough. Because my ass is getting carried by 2-piece scroll. Which I might just keep on her, or I might do... Maybe in other teams I'll do 4-piece scroll stuff. Who knows? I'm gonna be staying in Husk for a while. That's gonna be so much fun. I love farming useless artifact sets. Or maybe I should... I don't know if I should really strong box Husk. That might be a step too far. I did the wrong rotation. Don't hit me. Don't hit me with anything weird. Yippee. And yeah, you can get 4-star artifacts from elites. So even if you don't want more, you can potentially get more artifacts from killing elites. I'm not dedicated enough to elite farming routes, though. I know a few locations, but that's about it. Whee. And then I think there's a few over on this side. And then over here. I also, but I should say this before I forget, but do I have Dahlia thoughts? I don't really know if I have Dahlia thoughts. Dahlia is getting a shadow buff that doesn't do anything, so don't get your hopes up. It is okay, dog's barking downstairs. Dog's freaking out over nothing. But it's... What is it doing? It's buffing his potential attack speed that he can give. Yippee. He can go from a maximum... I think the scaling stays the same. Or like what HP... I need to start over. Because his attack speed scales based on his HP, I think the buff accounted for that, so the max HP you would need to get the max attack buff hasn't changed, but the max attack speed buff has changed, which is 20%. And C6 gives an extra 25%, I believe. Huh? Hey dude, he's still barking down there. Bark, bark, bark.
Hey, get on.
Give up, little guy. He's found the cats on the porch and he's losing his mind. But what was I saying? His maximum buff. His C6 gives... Never mind. I don't know why I thought it was 25%. It's 10%. So he maxes out at 30% attack speed. Before he maxed out at 25, which was same as Aoife, or same as Aoife, same as Mika. Close enough. Their names sort of rhyme. With a level 13 elemental skill, so that's C5 plus a crown. But now he gives 5% more attack speed than Mika, so fantastic. And I've also been thinking about it's kind of interesting what they do with his shield because I've described it as a Baiju shield before, but it's not really because Baiju shield like refreshes and does its little like dendro snake thingy damage by itself on a timer, but Dahlia's will only refresh if you break it, which makes sense because it doesn't do anything when it breaks otherwise. Um, so I looked at it. I looked at the scaling, and I looked at like the passive and things. He's gonna have around the same shield as Layla does. I think maybe a little bit worse. He has higher base HP, but he doesn't get any like extra. And they have similar scalings. I didn't mean to go in there. And he doesn't get any shield absorption, I think the stat is, in his constellations. But they get similar shield strength and somewhat similar scalings, like when you account for all of the potential shields that he could have. But it's like kind of better, kind of worse. I mean, I think that's how things should be balanced, but not around Layla. I don't think Layla is the paragon of balance that you should be trying to match your units to. The reason is because he has, smaller like individual shields that all get refreshed when you break them. So what that can do is if you get hit by one big thing that would just break Layla's shield outright, in the case of Dahlia, it only breaks one shield and then he refreshes and you get a smaller shield. But you still take all the leftover damage that you would take like after the shield breaks. So I don't know. There's a lot of different situations where they could be better, could be worse than each other. But all in all, it's like they're both pretty bad units. So I don't know how much you really should be min-maxing comparisons between them. But in the end, they are cool. They're similar and they're different in enough ways that it's kind of cool to think about. Dogs go wild for Dahlia because he's a cat boy. So salty his Hydro application is shit. Please. Tired of Xingqiu. Alright, well, Hydro doesn't have the exact same issue because, at least there's more than... I guess I am a little tired of Xingqiu. I would like someone with better application because Xiangling still holds the spot of like clearly above everybody else in terms of application. But there are a lot more good options. I mean, one of them's in the team right now. Farina's less good, but she provides more. Alternatively, there's even stuff like, excuse me, burping. Candace C6 for AoE. That's kind of cool. Like otherwise, Hydra doesn't have an AoE option. I see where you're coming from, but Hydra definitely has it a little bit easier. Never tire of that Hydra twink. I do love my Xingqiu over here, cause I get pretty regular breaks from using him. I'm just running around in circles. I get pretty regular breaks from using him. Just I don't know, cause I guess I don't really play the most teams with Hydro. It's weird, it fluctuates. But even the teams that I play with Hydro, they're not always like dependent on having high application. I'm a cryo liker, so I guess I tend to avoid Hydro for that reason. Because it messes up my melts. Xingqiu is Hydro Xiangling, same energy problem, same free-to-play availability, same weapon issues. That is certainly a hot take. Because we all know about Sacrificial Xingqiu, which nearly solves his energy issues on its own. Although maybe I'm talking out of my ass, because C6 also helps a lot with his energy issues. I can see where you're coming from, but I think Xingqiu is a lot more like kind of stable of a unit. He's not much of a build around, whereas Xiangling, her energy needs can make her like, you have to account for her in your teams. You have to maybe put in Bennett or whatever other battery, or you just have to build her with a stupid amount of energy. Whereas Xingqiu can tend to be a lot more self-sufficient, and he can mostly take care of his own energy needs if he has Sack Sword. And I mean, I just leave him on Sack Sword all the time. But he certainly is the same in terms of application. I wish there was another unit that could rival his application, but I see why there isn't, because that unit would be fucking busted beyond belief. Because like Xingqiu is still pretty busted comparative to you know, especially a lot of the more recent units. He's not quite as busted, and him being limited to longer rotations because he has a, you know, his 20-second burst cooldown will always be a bit of a downside. But like even with all those things, even with him getting, I guess, power crept, I wouldn't really call it power crept, and him having his limitations, him having so many different things in his kit is a little insane. He was the original role consolidation guy. Guoba is a dead weight of a skill. Yeah, that's a big thing. Is Guoba basically, because Guoba generates energy so slowly, Xiangling ends up catching a lot of her own particles off field, whereas Xingqiu just has that big burst. Oh, hi, it's Half Baked. I was gonna try to skill him to get particles and show off what I was talking about, but let's just have a little Half Baked appreciation moment. Xingqiu with his skill just generates all of his particles up front, which helps way more with his energy needs. Like, that's why Farina's needs can get so high, and that's why Favonius is so good on her, because it actually gets her some front-loaded energy generation. Guoba doesn't attack, he doesn't generate any particle. That too. It's very easy for Guoba to miss. Okay, where are some more artifacts? Sacrificial is gotcha. Okay, fair enough. You need refinement and cons. I guess the Xiangling having catch is a big benefit, a big boon over Xingqiu. Although they both are in the shop. Xingqiu doesn't get on a lot of banners though. Xiangling, I guess she really hasn't had a ton of banners recently. When was the last Xiangling banner? God. I'm trying to think. Was it Emily? It might have been Emily. I don't think Xiangling has run in Natland. Let me pull up a wish history. Genshin banner history. Let me show you. Yeah, sure. Game 8. Also, I was looking at this earlier today because I was thinking about my history with a few characters, and I realized, so like they list the banners in such a weird order, and I hate it, and I will find any opportunity to complain about Game 8. They have, you know, it goes like 5.5, 5.4 below that, 5.3 below that. Makes sense. But the phases are like reversed, where phase 1 is on top and phase 2 is on the bottom. So the patches aren't chronological order descending, but the phases aren't. It fucks me up. It's real weird. Xiangling last banner. Yeah. Holy shit, it was Emily Yelan. People got mad about her being rerun so often, and Hoyo listened. God damn. They replaced her with Chevreuse, which, you know, I'll take it. I'll take Chevreuse banners over Xiangling banners any day of the week. Wasn't there a team comp called Sukokomon? Yes, there was. It was, I don't remember. Oh yeah, I saw that about Guoba Swirls. I think Guoba Swirls is cool. Not really all that practical. Mostly for double swirl setups, which can be kind of cool. But, you know, especially now with Shilonen existing, double swirl setups can be a little less relevant. It's cool. I wish there were things like that, and I wish there were things to do with it, though. So, Sukokomon... What was it? I know it was Sucrose, Xiangling. It had to be Kokomi, but it was, all units that had like little summons, little pets. It was a fun. Was it Mona? I guess Mona also does have a summon, and Mona was in all those stupid speedrun teams, so that would make sense. But it was like a half portmanteau name, half Pokemon, which was cute. Where is more artifacts? Here are more. Oh wait, yes, it was Fischl. It definitely was Fischl. But maybe was it not Kokomi? What's the Coco?
Take it easy.
Oh wait, no, Fischl. No, it was okay. I see Kokomi in that list. One of the characters who burst. I still don't understand 5 years in. Don't ask me. I still don't understand it. It's fucking insane. Do we kill you? Yeah, why not? Wretched dastard! I love this girl. Farazan is just my eternal favorite. She's wonderful. I watch her trailer at least like once a month. Die, you wretched dastard. So glad she's like an absolute hag. She says shit like wretched dastard. Okay, that's that there. Are those all my spots? Those are definitely not all my spots. I have there. But that's far away from any teleport waypoints. Oh, there's a few in the Children of Echoes. Come on. Mona Burst is like Farina buff, but it's a debuff on enemies. Yes, but there's like a million steps to it where like I can relay what I know, but I can't guarantee that it will all be accurate. So it hits, it casts and it doesn't do a hit. It applies this debuff and it applies hydro without doing any damage. So it's like Xingqiu orbitals. Then after the enemy takes damage or after enough time passes, that's when this damage will come through. And I think the damage bonus is applied all the way through. And is that kind of it? I think that's kind of it. I feel like it's more complicated than that. But you can like pause the timer. There's like a weird like symbol that goes on the enemies when they get debuffed. Let me see if I have her burst. And I mean that's just the signifier for what it is. So I think her burst damage is always buffed by her own damage buff, and that's why she's such a good nuker. Or she was such a good nuker, and now she gets outdone by Mualani. Let's see. Fun fact, Mona's skill doesn't generate energy over time, it has to explode, and it has to hit an enemy with the second to last hit for the explosion to generate energy. Isn't that just great? And also her C1 is glitched. So anyways, this little like star symbol signifies the debuff, and then yeah, if they take damage, it's actually if they take poise damage, which is like knockback. And then it will last for a few more, the debuff will last for a few more seconds. It's permanent until the like seal, the bubble is broken and they take the burst damage, and then it lasts for a few seconds after that. So I guess I knew more than I thought I did, but I still think there's more to it. It doesn't pop until unfrozen, essentially. Yes, that is what it is. I thought I mentioned that it has a weird interaction with freeze. I know I have in other videos, but it has like I think there is an upper limit of like how long it can exist, so it's not technically infinite, but you can get much longer uptime in freeze teams.
Who's our target this time?
Okay. So she is. So, be quiet, Nepechka. I already saved your life like 3 times, I think. So yeah, for a long time she was a pain in the ass to play, but she gave you big numbers in return. I can't imagine building a Noblesse Mona trying to get enough energy recharge on freaking Noblesse. She's an 80 cost, right? Right? Wait, she's a 60 cost? God damn, I guess her skill is just that inconsistent. That her energy needs are disgusting. But then again, Yun Jin's also a 60 cost and she feels awful. So 60 is definitely not a low burst cost. It just depends on the situation. Where am I? Like, Farina's also a 60 burst cost and she feels awful because she has no front-loaded particle generation. I don't know who else it feels awful. Bennett can, I guess. Between Noblesse and Fav, it only takes like 6 ER rolls for it to feel okay. Whoops, I failed. Because I was reading chat.
Back here again.
I don't know if Farazan. We didn't circle back here. This is my first time in the desert today. Cut it with the quips, young lady.
For regrets.
She would hate if she knew I was calling her that. Wee.
They're about to get done.
I'm leap.
I missed my skill entirely. It's fine. I'm getting carried by Scroll.
This is it.
I would like to do, maybe I do just go get an actual rotation. Now there, okay. This is the investigation spot. I'm not reading. I don't even know how to. Let's do a little, let's hit my boy. Let's hit my favorite boy in the world. Did I respond to that? I meant to respond to that chat. Between Noblesse and Fav, it only takes like 6 ER rolls for it to feel okay. I believe that. She ascends with ER. But again, it's just a big it depends situation. I'm guessing you mean like that's worst case, like solo hydro. I don't know. I'll leave the Mona building to other people because I don't think I'm ever gonna do it.
We'll see about this.
Oh, I'm like being dumb.
I'm leap. You're grand now.
Ooh, look at that. Ooh, look at that. 32, 33, 34. There we go. I'm so good at this game.
Observe.
Alright, well, Yelan was doing, like, probably half the damage there, if not more.
Live for regrets.
Whoa.
First step, run with this.
Okay, cool.
Busted. These are about to get dicey.
But,
Strike is one.
but whatever. We'll say that this is a very, very good Aoife team, right? I guess maybe not half. She's doing, like, a third. Which is still quite respectable. Oh. Oh, hold on, hold on.
Observe.
Look at that! I'm so good at this. Very interactive and fun boss.
Ears of the storm. Observe. Break a leg.
Mind the wind.
I'm kind of enjoying, I mean, Scroll is just a busted set in general, but I am kind of enjoying the Scroll on Yun Jin. I'm appreciating it, I should really say. Enjoy is a weird word. This feels good. This feels good. I like not being circle impacted. And even though it's worse than the funny not really wheelchair, but Farina Bennett. Oh, there's more artifacts over here I can get. Want to see Lolly and Farazan to have a granny off? Is there someone I'm forgetting? Dory. Dory comes in and sweeps. Dory gives insane granny energy to me. I think she's supposed to be, like, just a small old woman. Which I wish they actually, like, lined it up with her design better so she didn't just look like a fucking child. But, there's gotta be more hags than that, right? But Farazan wins every time. Hi there, Nani. What's good? We're looking at Yun Jin. I'm giving Yun Jin the chance that she deserves. And I still don't have anywhere near the build to be like testing her, or really the build varieties. I'm being dumb. What's a rotation? Never heard of her. Okay, great. Thank you, Farzan, our goat, with your poise damage.
Find the wind.
Also, can Farzan actually, or not Farzan, can Yun Jin actually deal like real damage? I know her multipliers are kind of decent, but I'm guessing that you just want to build full support on her. Like there isn't a build where it would actually be worth the damage that she gets from her skill. And her burst is attack scaling, right? Jesus Christ, it is. They did my girl dirty. They did my girl dirty. No funny crit Bennett shenanigans going on here. What's this? What is this? Oh, cool. Anything else I can do? Ooh, wait. Yet? No. My fish are not ready. I put my fish on to cook this morning, and they are not yet ready. I could just kill shit and ley lines for no reason. But I did want to do, I wanted to do some exploration. Which is probably not the best content to be testing out things on. But, good variety. Right? Right, guys? Good variety. It gives me things to comment on. Also, it's food time. I've eaten, like, none of this. You guys keep me talking too much. Everyone stop talking so I can eat. Please don't. I live stream so I can hang out with people.
Huh? Hey, get out! Cuckoo!
Okay. I'm done. I hope I didn't make too horrible noises there. Who's my favorite Genshin character to date? Not sharing for the... Sorry, do you guys want a bite? I'm really sorry, I wasn't being considerate at all. Who's my favorite Genshin character to date? I don't really think it's a question. I really don't think it's a question. This is my goat right here. I like, there are like areas in which I feel like, not really. I was gonna say there are areas in which I like other characters better. You know, I'm drawn towards a few select on-fielders. I love my Cyno, I love my Wriothesley. I don't think Cyno's a great design, but I just like playing him. Sethos is always gonna be a standout for me, but like I use her all the time. I love her character. I love her design. I just don't think there's a contest. Fucking love my girl. No, I understood. I did have to read that, I had to read that chat twice to understand that you weren't talking about actually dating. But, favorite Genshin character to actually date? If he... It's between these guys. It's between these two right here. There's a chance Wriothesley would treat me badly, and maybe I would be okay with that, but if I wasn't okay with that, then I have Aoife to fall back on.
Whenever I get to take a break, I always want a snack. I got some candy, fruit, and jerky. You want some?
Okay. Let me open up my Hey, okay, okay, alright. Hey, let's not do that. Let me just pull up my map here to see what things I've missed, because I've gotten most of the exploration. This guy, oh, excuse me, sorry. Oof. This dude, I'm using an interactive map that it just like takes from the Hoyo interactive map, but it lets people leave comments, so that's why I use it because I think the comments are good. The dude who left the screenshot for like the top comment on this time trial I'm looking at has Ziox playing in the corner, just like Ziox tabbed out a little window of it sitting in the corner. I don't know why it's so funny to me. I had all my wisdom teeth out, and they put me on a bunch of steroids and a soft diet. Starving all the time. Nothing but smoothies, I'm sorry. Now you're I thought about, getting my wisdom teeth out. I still don't have them out. They're annoying to clean, mostly. They don't cause me any pain, so I don't need to get them out. But I've considered it. And it's like, upsides, I get to take opioids for a few days. Downsides, only soup. I like soup, though. Maybe I'll just do it in December. The infamous app. Is it app sample? Yes, it is app sample. I love my app sample map. I wasn't even looking where this thing is. It's like over here, it looks like. So I'm gonna go up here. It starts on the shore, it looks like.
Mind the wind.
Wayab. Wayab. Why is he posing like that? And why are you aggroing from so far away?
Tears of the storm. Here comes the catch. Black fly, observe.
Oh, come on. Come on. Also, upside, this is probably a good... I don't know if this is,
Play nice.
Okay, cool.
I can barely breathe.
I'm trying to think.
Have fun with this gift. Gotcha.
No. For a moment, I was like, is this a better Wayab team? I keep missing her goddamn skill. Is this a better Wayab team than Farina Bennett? But it is probably not. It is probably not. I would imagine it's about the same, if probably a little worse. So let me go back to my tab. Do I stream on Twitch too? Just YouTube for the moment. I do not have the I barely, you know, you're seeing the quality right now.
Come here, you little.
Barely have the quality to do one stream at the moment. Maybe once I get better internet, maybe I could do dual streams, but I'm thinking if I do go to Twitch, which I probably will at some point, that's going to be more variety stuff.
Gotcha. Things are about to get dicey.
Break a leg.
Mind the wind.
It just feels better to keep them separate, I guess. Keep the mistresses separate. Downsides can't... Oh, does that mean yap about Emily?
Let's go.
I don't know what you're referring to, but if I'm with someone who doesn't let me yap about Emily, then I'm not with them. Not for long. Let's also... No, okay. Fine. You can see the nice definition of his ass cheeks there. I didn't mean to take that picture. I thought I had the compass equipped. But why not? We'll take that. Hey guys, what's up? Why don't we kill you two? This guy starts at half health. I think I've already seen that before. Oh,
Fun with this gift.
I like just messed up completely.
Observe. Your grand finale.
Mind the wind.
Boom. Look at him go. Look at him go. Look at the carnage. Aoife, my overworld goat. Okay, it should be like over here somewhere, I think, right? Right? No. Maybe I've already gotten it? And I just forgot? Oh, wait, no, there it is. I see you. I see you. Let's then... That doesn't look like it's in the place it... Oh, no, it is on the place on the map. I'm just going crazy. Wait, is this a... This is a Kukasaur one! I get to use Aoife for it! I don't have to swap! Okay, okay, cool. Please let me down there to get the particle. Particle, please. Particle, please. Particle, please.
Mind the wind.
Oh, wait, I forgot I can press a button to go down. Whoopsie daisy. Hello? Hello? What are all these? Am I not supposed to go this way? Was I supposed to go, like, around in a circle? Did I mess everything up? This is a weird trial. I'm gonna start over. Am I just bad at the game? Oh, I am just bad at the game. I wasn't supposed to go over there. This is like a very... I don't like this control scheme. It's very weird on the fingies. He's like going down. Is that because I'm aiming my mouse down? Oh, this feels weird. Good to know that even if I spent money going for Chaska, I would have still suffered while flying around and had no better experience than using a Kukasaur. And then I do this. There we go. Yay, and an achievement.
If you need help with carrying this stuff, I'll
Dang.
get a cuckoo on it.
And the next trial should be right in front of me? Oh, I guess I already did that one. Let's mark that off then.
Huh?
Okay. And then... I want to find some actual, like, enemies that I need to kill for it. Are there, like, any first-time enemies that I can beat up? There's a funny bird I can kill. Oh, wait, have I already gotten these? I know there are some things that I've marked, but I haven't, like, marked off on the map. Because my method here is I set my pins. Whenever I pick up a chest, I set my pin, and then I'll go back later, and I'll mark it off on the interactive map. So I know that I have every chest because I'm a tweaker, and I would die and suffer if I didn't have every chest. Because that's what happened in Mondstadt. There's like no way to know what chests I've gotten in Mondstadt, and I just don't think I will ever get all of them, and I am kind of just having to live with that. But there should be one over here. I also just mark these off on the map so I can destroy them with my mind. And I think there is a time trial over here that I've just ignored. Are you the time trial? Do I talk to you? I think I talked to you. What a lovely challenge trial. You sound like a time trial guy. Hey there, Outland Warrior. Nice. Thank you for complimenting my eyes. I worked really hard on them. Can he see Aoife's eyes? How does he know? Want to try this rolling boulder trail out? Rules are simple. Break through these rolling boulders and reach the end of the track. How intuitive. If you asked me what I thought I was going to be doing on a rolling boulder trail, I would say probably walking on a trail with rolling boulders. Pretty challenging if I do say so myself. Want to give this a whirl? Yeah, let's give it a whirl. Aoife would say, let's give it a whirl. I don't understand how that works, because I feel like I can't do the second charge for the Tatanka sword until I bonk my head into something. Is that just how it works? They always felt a little odd to control, like every Saurian does. Yippee! It was easy. Have I seen the Skirk leaks? Yes, I have. Oh, that's another thing that I wanted to mention about leaks. I was just reminded. I'm gonna leave you guys on the edge for a second because I need to take another bite of food. Sorry. So this is equally questionable. I've mentioned before in a couple of other streams. Let me crack open a cold one too. Um, I've mentioned in a couple other streams that there is a girl who may not exist, a Hydro girl coming in 5.8 that may not exist, and it looks like she isn't coming now. Someone probably made up something, because Skirk is playable in two ways. You can either use her burst. I need to double check this, because I may be wrong on the exact details. Let's look at the Skirk leaks right now, why don't we? Because I like her kit. I'm kind of cool with her kit. I am never going to play her with the Escoffier teams, is like my short thoughts. Because I think that's a boring archetype, and I do not want to pull Escoffier. So I want to try using her in like quick swap melt situations. But
Hey, get
this I think it's in her burst, where she can expend certain unleash her elemental burst. When she's in 7-phase flash mode, it will be replaced by Havoc Extinction. After using it, Skirk will gain the All Shell Wither effect. While it's active, the normal attack will deal increased damage. Okay. So yeah, her burst either, there's her, sort of,
Huh?
there's her regular burst, which just does a shitload of damage, and there's her burst when she is in her skill that buffs her normal attack damage and not her charge attack damage, which is funny. But so yeah, she has a cool kind of I like the weird little like two different playstyle type thing going on. I would probably only use her as a quick swap unit because that's just what I find interesting in her, like as a normal on-fielder that I wouldn't want to use in freeze teams. She would just be a worse Risley, and probably a little bit more of a boring one as well. We'll have to see. It really, I'm not like so in love with her kit that I know I'm gonna go for her, and I think I'm still questioning whether I'm gonna go for Shenhe this next patch. Because I don't really have many use cases for her. It's like only Ayaka. So I think it's really dependent on what the 4 stars are, who I end up going for. But I might just end up going for nobody and getting Skirk on a rerun. So yeah, I really do not like her kind of intended use case. I think that's very boring.
Huh?
But I like the dual playstyle type thing that she has going on. And I might get her in the future, but I don't really have plans for it at the moment. Are my big thoughts. We'll bring new life into your Yun Jin and Mika. Honestly, that's a bit of a good point. Not Mika, maybe Mika. Yeah, because I'm not going to build Dahlia. Sorry, Dahlia fans. If I get him on my account, I get him on my account, and I'm happy to look at him, but I don't think I'm going to build him. Because I already have, what's it called? The main reason to use Dahlia is, he does do attack speed buffing, but that's like the only thing that he does. More importantly, he brings a shield, so if you have Calamity of Eshu, it becomes her #1 free-to-play option. But I have Haran, which is, I think it's either her second or third best in slot. It's very, very good. So, I just wouldn't bother. I don't have to build anyone to activate that. And even if I really wanted to use Calamity of Aishu for some godforsaken reason, I would just run TTDS Scrolls Seat Lolly and it would be better. But yeah, Dahlia has been relegated to be the shitty free-to-play option that makes you feel bad for not pulling Escoffier. But like it still technically functions. I marked that off on my map, right? I did not. Okay, cool. And apparently there's a common chest over here that I may have missed. And also I think I opened up MGBA by accident. Oh no, it seems like I didn't. I've been getting back into Pokemon ROM hacks. But potentially, well, what's her like trigger quota thing? Is it 30? Okay. So maybe maybe Skirk could be used with Yun Jin a little bit. Still probably not all that good. Still probably worse than Bennett. But again, who isn't worse than Bennett? Escoffier will be on Skirk trial team? Yes, so I've heard, and that is cosmically hilarious. Can I like break these with just my skill? I don't think I can. I'm flying over him. Whee! So there's an... I think I may have already gotten this and I just forgot to mark it down. But apparently there's a common chest up here. Yeah, okay, so I did just forget to mark it down. Oopsie daisy. I should be going to the other map. Because, like the underground one. Also, there's something over here. Oh, ooh, there's funny like stomp thing. Where the guy stomps on the ground and you get a chest. But yeah, well, if Hoyo wasn't pushing hard enough with Dahlia to make you feel bad for not getting Escoffier, Escoffier will literally be on Skirk's trial team. And I'm boycotting Escoffier because I think Escoffier is the bad unit design here. I think Skirk is fine and she's a victim of Escoffier. But those are my general thoughts on her. Whee! Right here. What? Okay, I think I need to be one of these guys, Orion-san. Oh, birds? Birds? I see birds. I also forgot how good Yelan is for farming
Anything you need
fowl.
delivered?
Boom! We're back to farming fowl. We are back to farming fowl, everybody. Where's Farazan? There she is. There she is. Let's go hit this thing. Sure feels like a weapon for Escoffier. Yeah. Again, I really do wish to stress it's all like that's intended use case stuff. And if I get Skirk,
Treasure.
which is not
Ready to draw your target out of hiding.
it's not an impossibility. There's a world where I get Skirk. Maybe I'll throw a few wishes on the banner, see what happens. But in that world, I will never be getting, or I will never be using her in Escoffier teams. Hey, dude, what's up? I'm gonna go. Actually, I'm at 97%, so I guess I might as well grab a few other chests and things that are around here. There is. I still haven't done that one thing. Oh, there are some common chests sitting around the Collective of Plenty that I need to grab. Yeah, it's like really everyone feels like a weapon for Escoffier and Escoffier teams. Because everybody's just so interchangeable. It's like, okay, Farina, Escoffier, and then either like Yelan or Shenhe in the like other slot, and then whatever on-fielder you want. Which is why I really respect the people who are throwing actually whoever they want in Escoffier teams, like Chongyun and Layla and Candace. Those are the people who are using Escoffier correctly, because Escoffier already has enough damage to clear. You don't need to throw your favorite 5-star unit to do, like, you can if you really just want to look at them, but there's a team where they deal more damage, and
A chest full
like
of
that can
valuables,
actually still
a
clear.
trove of potential clues.
Was that it? Or is there another one down here, I think? There we go. Double chest. Let's mark those. Yippee. Every stream will eventually devolve into a Escoffier hate. That's the rule of the Mies channel.
Take it easy.
I like Yun Jin. I think Yun Jin's cool. Let's talk about Yun Jin and how cool she is. Don't you guys just love Yun Jin? Now I'm at 98%. I keep like tabbing out. This setup is really messing with me. This setup is really messing with me. There's some more pyroculi that I need to pick up. Oh. Oh, wait. I haven't ever done this underground section. I know this is like a mini puzzle. And I've never been to. Her design is so pretty. We talking about Escoffier? Oh, no. Yun Jin. Yes, Yun Jin. Very, very pretty design. We love her. I love her funny little puffballs. I love her silly hat. Oh. Cool. Thank you for delivering the chest to Princess Yun Jin.
Take this.
We get to hear some treasure chest opening lines with Yun Jin. How many of you guys have heard that before? I love the poofy little dress. I really do love Yun Jin's design. That's why I built her. Was there a... Okay. I thought I saw a Mora chest here. Do I just have to stomp all of them? Ow. Another treasure chest. Wowie. Yippee, I solved the puzzle. I'd like to solve the puzzle.
Anything the truth.
Do you like Vine? Do I go over here? Whoa, okay, cool. Alright, yeah, fine. I guess I'm going over here. It's been decided. Where are we going, buddy? Okay, alright. I'm not going anywhere, I guess.
Let's go.
Okay. I've been playing Genshin for at least 4 years, and I think Yun Jin has avoided me until now. I'm so sorry. I don't even know when I got her. I guess I checked the archive. Because I definitely didn't pick her for Lantern, right? But she was added in one of my... That was like my brief hiatus there. I took a little break after Ito Banner because I missed him until I guess like Heizo came out. But she... Yeah, I got Yun Jin after Heizo. 2022. Jesus Christ. Almost 3 years
Did you
ago.
hear that?
And I only have her C3. Because I just feel like she hasn't
Or
been on a ton of
maybe I'm just
banners.
hearing things.
Am I like... Where do I go? Hello? Yun Jin, show us the way. Part of the reason why I'm making this, I'm doing exploration just as kind of, oh, I didn't know that didn't deal blunt damage. Whatever. It's kind of just housekeeping, because I just like to have my exploration done in general, and I've been putting it off for a real long time. But it's also kind of collecting resources potentially for leveling Yun Jin Burst and especially her artifacts, which we might be able to level a few, like dump a few levels in at the moment. What are we gonna go for? I think she's actually good on ER for now, so I can hold off on 20ing that. And that means probably the circlet. right? Yeah. And alright, well, still not a lot, but I think we can get it to like level 4 or something. At least see what the last stat is. Let's see, energy recharge. Nope. Real close. Real close. EM is a very similar what's the term? Excuse me. I mean, I guess there isn't really anything that I want on this besides the flat defense, which isn't a ton. But it still feels a little insulting to roll EM. Yun Jin lurks on the standard banner. It's possible. Who is my standard? Well, Layla was my weapon banner lurker. I got, I think, literally C2 through 5 Layla off the weapon banner. It was insane. And then my C6 Layla, I didn't even get it on this banner. Because obviously I haven't been wishing on this banner. I only got Aoife. I got it on the last banner. Not the last banner, but 2 banners ago, it was Shan Yun's. My first 4-star off that banner was my C6 Layla. Oh, hello. This looks like where I go. It's very possible that she's a standard lurker, though, and she doesn't exist on any banners. Her last banner might have been Chiori, come to think of it. Because Chiori's debut was that, the, like, all-Geo one. It was Ito with, Goro, Yun Jin, Noelle, maybe? Yeah, it had to be Noelle, because it wasn't Ningguang. And I did not... I did a fair bit of pulling on that banner, but I did not get... I think I got 2 Yun Jins on that banner, which is fine. I got, Yun Jin's weird, because... I feel like her C6 is better than I think it is. Because I don't, I guess most normal attack spammers don't have hit lag, right? Arlecchino does have hit lag, but I'm thinking like Yoimiya, Wanderer, obviously Aoife. I'm kind of like, oh, this isn't really a good C6 because normal attack speed isn't all that great, but a lot of characters who would use Yun Jin would benefit pretty handily from normal attack speed. So maybe I'm just talking out of my ass. I will stand tall and say that this is not a good constellation, though. This is very underwhelming. Because her burst, does it last 12 seconds? Am I gaslighting myself? I am. But still, I guess it probably will last the duration of her burst. Maybe a little bit less. But the condition of having to trigger a crystallize is so annoying. But, like, why not just give it to her for free? Give it to her for free. If this were a modern unit, she would have this as like one of her ascension passives, and then the constellation would be making the buff stronger and making it non-conditional. I'm talking about Eon-san here. I am talking about Eon-san here with her C2. That doesn't make her do her little stomp normal attack. Which I think, alright, quick Eon-san side, what's the word? Sidebar. Eon-san sidebar. This is a weird constellation. I mean, the 38% attack is good, so it's like, it still is a good constellation. I found myself wanting to do, it removes the need to do her, like, follow-up charged attack, the little stomp thing that you get after doing her skill. Because otherwise that gives you is it this buff? No, it's this buff. This is the thing that it helps restore Night Soul, and it gives 20% extra attack to her, so it's a good thing to do. But even with this constellation, this makes that stomp unnecessary, but I find it good to do. But even so, I like it because the condition at C0 is that you have to hit with the charge attack, which I don't know. Maybe I don't know if I'm really wording this well, but it even though I do usually end up using the charge attack and hitting with it, there are situations where I use it and I like completely whiff, and it's nice to still have the buff then. So weird value. Anyways, we're talking about Yun Jin. Definitely not Eon-san. Eon-san is a cool character, though. I like all of her, basically how all of her constellations work, where the value can vary a lot. I think that's a cool design. They're all good, but they're not all like just flat upgrades. Even the one that increases the level of her burst, you need to build more attack to get use of it. If I had C2, I'd still do the stomp to catch particles. That is also the thing. Well, it does feel good to do, but it is really good for catching fab particles and her normal particles. Want C6 Eon-san for DPS Aoife? I also kind of do. He would be able to proc her C6, right? But it's mostly the duration increase. Actually, how long does this skill last? And where the hell am I going? What do I do here? I feel like I've been walking around in circles. Let's do a timer. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, never mind. You don't need the duration extension for DPS Aoife. You just would get the 25 damage bonus, which is good. Oh, this whole floor is breakable. Okay, I get it.
Let's go.
Where is a... Oh, you.
Easy now, Kakuku.
Eon Sane. I love Eon Sane. This is Eon Sane. Folks, this is utterly Eon Sane. Actually, you know what? We'll just take her out. The girl of the hour. That's another thing I would want to do. I would be replacing Yun Jin in this slot with Eon-san, but I wanted to do, I think I've mentioned it before, Maiden's Eon-san with Farina, and I don't think that would be good enough to work, because Scroll can't buff Aoife, so not really that important. So I would be thinking, like, I rely on 2 very shitty healers that are getting buffed by Maidens, and maybe that would be enough to build some fanfare, but I think I'm gaslighting myself.
Let's get started.
Tested it, and he can keep up with the movement increase. Alright, yeah. Put Cinder on Farazan? Yeah, that's what I've been doing too. Cool. There's gotta be something goofy around here, right? I'll swap back to Yun Jin in a second, I promise. Please don't leave. This is still a Yun Jin stream, kind of, a little bit, not entirely. I was gonna get off track eventually. More chest. More chest. No? Okay, fine. We'll take Yun Jin back out then. That 12% makes it... 12%? Are we talking about... I know, I'm thinking Yun Jin C6 is 12% attack speed, but Eon-san C6 is 25% attack. Oh, okay. Cinder City Farazan is what we're talking about. Yes, that 12%, it's meaningful. It still is damage bonus. Is there a... What's making this noise? That's why I do it. Took her off Tenacity, especially because Tenacity would not be benefiting Yelan in this team. What's making a weird noise? Is it just the dragon? Is there an attack speed cap? I believe so. I think it's so high that like you would never hit it with any one unit. Dinner. If I remember correctly, because, you know, I don't know if you guys have seen any of those, like, old Win Genshin... I guess this wasn't when Genshin first came out, but it was, like, stacking stats as high as you possibly could. I've seen some attack speed ones, and, yeah, it does stop eventually. Oh, 167? Okay, then yeah, 167. No crit weapon, so I use R5 Flowing Purity for DPS Aoife. That works. That's kind of cool because I mean I was gonna say you would probably run him with a healer anyways, but I mean I guess this team I am not doing that. He can always be his own healer for Flowing Purity, which is pretty cool. Where can I let me in? Sucks that no Widsith. Because Widsith is good even on like for Widsith I mean the two best are obviously the damage percent or the attack, but even the EM is good for healing. So like it isn't useless. Hi. I guess I have to touch this. Yes I do. That's a lot, yeah. More than can be reached by any one unit. You'd have to be doing I guess Dahlia makes it a little easier with his 30%. So you could reach it with Jean, Dahlia, and C2 Jean, C6 Dahlia, and C5 Mika. And there are other sources, because, I mean, people have managed to reach it before, but I forget what they are right now. Ooh! Gimme. Gimme, gimme. Gimme. 160, okay. Gimme. Give me. On the note of Widsith and the EM thing, that really does actually end up mattering a decent amount in Farina teams as well. I've managed to consistently reach max fanfare in Farina teams, even like when I'm on a DPS Aoife build and I'm not healing a lot. But the extra EM that Widsith provides would help you read that or reach max fanfare faster, which is nice. Definitely not as significant as the other two buffs, but it is not useless. Whee. Mush. Yeehaw, Mr. Dragon. Oh, I missed one. Used to see a lot of max attack speed Ayato back in the day. That was indeed... The Ayato fans loved attack speed. Are there any of those left? Are there any Ayato likers in the world anymore? I see those. Those scream chess to me. The balls! The balls! I don't want to swap Aoife or swap Eon-san. Fine, I'll do it. Because I'm not finding a Tatankasaur. Here she is.
Anyone need a coat?
Oh, okay. We'll take it. Not a regular chest, but still quite baller. That should be 100 in this area, and it's 99? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh, shit. Hold on. I think I'm, like, stupid. Oh, okay, never mind. I missed that Oculus. I remember seeing it before and seeing that I had to complete the, like, underground quest thing to get it. Whee! And I was like, did I really just miss it and I have to, like, go in the underground area again? Come on. Whee! Wonderful. Is that 100? That's 100. Okay, there are still a few things left that I could go get. But I'm not looking to fully 100% this area now, so we can go to the Ancient Sacred Mountain, which is only 70%. Okay, cool. I have a lot of stuff to be getting here. Let's crack this open on the map. Or maybe I could just walk around it a little bit with the compass. See if I can find anything naturally for a bit. That could be fun. Should I pick from the free 5-star selector? My standard characters are C0, Jean, C. Oh, wait. Mona C0, Jean C1, and Dea C0. That is actually a bit of a good question. I'm gonna reap the benefits. I'm gonna make a big 5-star selector, a standard selector video. So who are the options? It really just does depend on who you want, because I think none of the units are like all that crazy. Um, what should I say? Dea Constant. Where is Dea? If you like using Dea constellations are what make her into like an actual competent DPS. So progressing towards those can be valuable if that's what you enjoy. Uh, you probably shouldn't go for Mizuki unless you really, really like her, but she is an option. Tainari is like hands down the best on-field DPS on the standard banner, but that's not really a highly contended position, and he does have some kind of weird teams that he pretty much needs to be played in Quicken to deal competent damage. Quicken has not scaled the best uh, just over time, especially as we've gotten into like vape and melt stuff in Netland. Um, but he's still competent. He's still good. He still can clear, but you're gonna maybe want to do like weird dual DPS teams with him, like Yaimiko. So I don't know that he would be like the best for like a new account to start going for, because his teams do need investment in characters that you wouldn't really want otherwise. Um, who are the other standard units? They're all down here, aren't they? Jean is always good with Farina. Escoffier exists now, so, and I mean, if you already have like Shan Yun is generally strictly better than Jean because she does the healing and the res shred, and she enables plunging. But Jean is still decent. But you already have Jean, so her constellations really aren't all that important. She does most of what she does at C0. She does some weird stuff at C2 with attack speed and the res shred at C4, but that's not really important now that Farazan exists. And then both Kuching and Diluc are just worse on-field DPSs. They're both competent. Diluc actually is pretty good now with Melt Plunge, but that's not unique to him. He just has the second highest plunge multiplier in the game behind Fremine. C3 Fremine has a higher multiplier. So he's the second best melt plunger in the game if you have all the pieces to make him work. Mona is just a worse, more hard to use Farina in general, but she doesn't require a healer, which can be nice. She just requires insane ER. And Chi-Chi is the funny joke. Chi-Chi is the funny joke girl, and I think everyone knows that you don't really want her. Farming a plunging set for Aoife and Candace? I don't see the vision, but like you do you. You pop off. I love that. C2 Jean is solid if you use her. Yeah. Yeah, it can be. Attack speed is always a weird buff because I mean, the thing with hit lag exists. If your character has hit lag, then they don't benefit as much from attack speed. So it really only matters for, I don't know, Yoimiya, Wanderer. Now Skirk is coming out, so that is going to be a little bit better. But Skirk's best teams all have, they're all Cryo Hydro. So Jean isn't going to fit there, but it's be okay. Movement speed is, I guess, nice for you can Dragon Strike stuff with Jean C2. Do Dragon Strike easier, I guess. Big Mizuki fan, so I'll probably go for her. Very cool. I'm happy that you like Mizuki. We need more Mizuki likers in the world. I'm not one of them. That's why we need more. I think I like her personality. I actually have grown to like her design a surprising amount. Her visual design. But man, do I never want to use her kit. Thinking of C4 Gene? Okay. Oh yeah. And C4 Gene is mostly now irrelevant because of Farazan existing. C4 Gene is what, 40% Animo? 40%, and I think Farazan is 30%. Farazan, where'd you go? Farazan is, yeah, 30%, but she also gives Animo damage bonus, which this scales up to like 36 with a Crowned Burst. And she also does her, at C6, she has her crit damage bonus stuff going on. So, just generally better. But Jean is usable. There is the annoyance that enemies have to stay within her Animo field if they want to get the res decrease. But, yeah, it is usable, technically. Chi-Chi is my second favorite character. You got just some real bangers under your belt, don't you? Mizuki and Chi-Chi. Good luck with those. I've had urges to build Chi-Chi in the past. They were usually when I was inebriated. But yeah, I just don't know. There's not too much to do with her. Like, yes, she is a full party healer. And that is good for the purposes of Farina, but she has that early Genshin design philosophy where if you want to be a full party healer, they're a single target healer unless you on field them, and then they're a full party healer. So you have to sacrifice time on field with a unit that does lower damage to actually get the better healing. Which I guess it is kind of cool design-wise, but, the game has just gone past that at this point. There are full-party healers. I mean, even Baiju, who isn't all that good, has way better healing. He has a better element. Like, this is realistically... I love my Baiju, but realistically, you could put him on standard now. Like, he is about a standard strength character. Maybe a bit stronger than the existing ones, but not much. And he has way better healing than Chi-Chi. Plan to pick Mizuki. Hi, Cannoli. What's up? Plan to pick Mizuki for the free 5-star purely for aesthetic reasons? Real. I was thinking that I might do that. Just like so I could also have all the standards. But also she's pretty, and I do enjoy looking at her. But now I don't have to because I lost my Venti 50-50 to her, so I can just go for Deacons as planned. Never use Chi-Chi, but I can use Skirk. Use her with Skirk since I'm skipping Escoffier. Ooh, rough. I mean, you can. That's not to say like that's gonna be an unusable team. But there's a pretty big gap between Skirk's Escoffier teams and her non-Escoffier teams. She's been pretty like kneecapped, intentionally kneecapped to want Escoffier. Which, like, it's fine if you're doing that. Like, I mean, I've said I'm going to be playing Skirk without Escoffier, but it's because my account is at a state where it's strong enough, I can kind of just fuck around and pull whatever I want, do whatever I want, and like, even if I can't clear with those teams, I have a lot of other backup ones. Like, I just pulled Venti. This was not a good decision. This didn't really provide much to my account, but I like Venti, so I got him. So if that's, like, as long as you know what you're doing, then, do whatever the hell you want. But if you're maybe a less invested account and you're looking for ways to increase your account's power, going for Skirk and not Escoffier is not the move. I mean, it'll still be fine. I think it'll still be clearable, but it's going to be a lot harder. Like, it's going to require a lot more investment on your other units' parts, whereas Escoffier, not necessarily free, but just as I said, a lot easier. Favorite character is Hydro Traveler? I'm so sorry. Get well soon. Ooh, that's nice and easy. I have
Let's go.
I have an Oculus right here. But yeah, in general, I don't know. Who would I even say is like... Is Mizuki even the worst standard character? Maybe it's between her and Chi-Chi. I would probably say Mizuki is probably the hardest to get use out of. I don't like 100% take my word on it because I haven't built either of them. So I haven't like used them enough to really get a sense for how good they are in like optimal teams. This is a vibes only thing. But in general, all the standard characters are very, very usable. Whee. And you know, Chi-Chi could do like wheelchair things. You could do like Farina, Escoffier, Chongyun and make a Chi-Chi carry team and pretend that she's dealing anywhere near the majority of the damage for the team. They'll still clear because Escoffier Farina is very strong. What am I doing? I need to mark this off. Need to mark off this oculi. All else fails, I can try to use her in a dual DPS team. I do, yeah, I like that better. Sort of in the way that I've used Kokomi in the past, as like she doesn't really deal enough damage. I think I said this in my Hazo video. She doesn't deal enough damage herself. Oh wait, I should be using Yun Jin. This is a Yun Jin stream. She doesn't deal enough damage herself to justify like dedicating the whole rotation to her. So what I use her as is like a quick swap dual carry on fielder to get a little bit of healing on her, get value out of having Farina on the team, and then swap to someone else to deal the damage. So like I had a rotation where it was like one Hazo skill, swap to Kokomi, do normals, get healing, and then second Hazo skill at the end of Farina's burst duration. That was a lot of fun. But let's get Yun Jin out here. Pretend that she's dealing damage. Indeed. If you can freeze the enemies, Mona will be okay. She still is, like, again, I could be wrong because I do not have a lot of experience playing Mona, but she still could be a complete pain in the ass to play in those situations. And Farina is often going to be better because she brings usually better buffs. I don't know. Let me. I think. Okay. Chill out. I think Mona's buff maxes out at 60%. Let me do a quick Hakushin check. So generally, I mean, Farina's buff scales over time. So in a team with lower healing, you could have a lower buff. But generally, Farina is going to have higher buffs and higher personal damage and better application and maybe easier energy needs. Sorry, Mona. I wish it wasn't like this, but it is. Yeah, it maxes out at 60%. So she is usable, and you can, as mentioned before, use freeze to extend the duration of her burst, which is a nice, cool utility. Still is not going to last as long as Farina's burst, but it's like there are a lot of weird little things that you can do to make her work if you really want her to. I think I missed a few things, maybe. Love Venti's design, hell yes. On his banner eventually. Yeah, to only pull Venti if you have the primos to waste, frankly. Since Chi-Chi is a healer and Farina exists, I say Chi-Chi is slightly better than Mizuki. Yeah, that was my thought process. I mean, it was that Mizuki is also a healer, but she's a way worse healer. And she takes until C4 to become even what I would consider a competent healer for Farina. And even then she's worse, I would say. Oh, hello. Better element, but they're... Actually, now with the Escoffier, I think there are a pretty even amount of better cryo healers and better animo healers than either Chi-Chi or Mizuki. So they're both pretty equally outclassed. But I think, yeah, at a baseline, Chi-Chi is a little bit better. And Mizuki doesn't even really get to utilize her very good weapon type. Because, I mean, the main thing that she would do with it is Thrilling Tales. And she would be able to pass it off to someone else. But because she's the on-fielder, she doesn't get to make good use of Thrilling Tales without weird rotations and things like that. She can use Hakushin Ring, which is kind of nice. I don't know, but also the fact that Aoife exists and that he is just like a mostly, I keep saying mostly better version of Mizuki. I think he is a strictly better version of Mizuki, but I hear other people say that occasionally she's better, and sure, they're probably smarter than me, but I don't know. I just can't imagine a situation in which Mizuki is better than Aoife. And there's not really like such close of an equivalent to Chi-Chi. Also, although her not generating energy is really, really rough. What do I even do here? I think I have to possess you. If I had Cloud Retainer, I play Mona as a plunge DPS. Yeah, that is some silly fun. Cloud Retainer is one of those characters that, again, not the most powerful, but she's a lot of fun because she can make the characters you like actually competent on-fielders. Am I supposed to, like, touch that? I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just collecting these. Barbara exists, so Chi-Chi isn't very useful. Yeah. Barbara is just a generally better Chi-Chi. And, Barbara isn't even that good of a unit. So it's a little sad. Did I do all the things? Oh, wait. I just collected the chest. I'm stupid. Do you think Desert Pavilion is better than Obsidian Codex? Potentially. Someone asked me that before, and I originally thought that attack speed wouldn't work on Aoife, and I didn't bother to test, and that was stupid of me. But it does. There are weird... I could go look at the set. There are weird rotational requirements. Not really that weird, because it requires you to hit with a charge attack. Where is this? No. Where is it? Here. It requires you to hit with a charge attack to get the speed increase and the normal attack bonus. But it does last for 15 seconds, which is Aoife's entire duration, so there's no uptime issues there. It just is like maybe you could lose a little bit of time on your buffs and things like that. So it may be a situation sort of like, Gaming and Xiao with Marashosei, where because Obsidian gives so much free crit, it's a much better low investment option. But if you have crazy Desert Pavilion pieces that have a lot of crit on them and you would be overcapping with it, or if, say, you're using something like, what's it called? I'm forgetting the name. It's in my inventory right now. I could just look at it. Lost Prayer. That's, 5-star stat stick. A lot of people have it. 33 crit rate. If you have a lot of things that would make you overcap, this could potentially like be a better set if this set lets you use those higher investment pieces. So, I mean, I haven't done any calculations on it, so like don't take my word for it. But 10% attack speed is gonna get you one extra normal on Aoife, which isn't nothing. It's not a ton, but it's fine. And then you get 55 damage percent from the rest of the set, which like feels crafting the absolute hell out of that. That could potentially be pretty equal to, the two set bonus is the same, but those two buffs could be almost equal to 40% crit rate. So I think it is very build dependent, but generally Obsidian Codex, it's going to be a lot easier to build, and it's in a much more resin efficient domain, which is a big thing to consider. So unless you already have a very, very high investment, like you've spent a lot of time in Desert Pavilion, I wouldn't consider like going to farm for it. I might go farm for it because I'm stupid and insane, and I also need flop pieces, but it's not recommended. Chi-Chi does have team healing, yes. She has the thing where it's the same thing as Barbara. If her skill is up and she hits normal attacks, then she'll heal the entire team. Sucrose Plunge. We love Sucrose Plunge. I thought I was gonna pull Kokomi on Inazuma Chronicle, but I think I'm gonna go with Yai Miko. Hell yes. Definitely I think Yai Miko is one of the better units on that banner. I think I talked about that a little bit. They're pretty sort of similar in the fact that they're like hybrid on-fielder off-fielders. But with the existence of Escoffier, Kokomi has become a little bit less relevant. I think there are more situations in which Yai Miko is a sort of relevant unit. Just more powerful overall too, because she didn't sacrifice. Kokomi sacrifices damage for healing, and Yai Miko doesn't. She still has pretty decent damage. I'm going for Yai Miko on that banner, so that's my official endorsement there. Chi-Chi's... Oh, are you explaining? Yeah, you're explaining how Chi-Chi's healing works. Super rough for Chi-Chi, indeed. Almost saved by Farina is a very good way to put it. If I ever get a Chi-Chi, I'll build her as a physical DPS for fun. That's what I've been kind of wanting to do. I think I still... Do I have her on Prototype Rancor? I might have her on Black Sword. Oh, okay. I have her on nothing. Get your Rancor. Get your R5 Rancor. That I'm never going to level up. Design adorable and purple aesthetic. Yeah, I'm also a big fan of her character. And like I think she's funny. I think she's very, very well voiced. I'm never really the biggest fan of the child characters, so that's always points off. But her color palette especially, big fan. I mean, I like Citlali, and it's the same color palette, so. And her normal attacks are crazy fast. Let's look at let's show these ones off. We'll place Yelan. Get out of here, Yelan. Show us Chi-Chi.
I'm here.
Look it. They're kind of cool animations. Let's do some silly. Let's do a little bit of silly. I think the only attack speed buff I have right now is Mika. Anyone know of any other attack speed buff off the top of their heads? I know Jean C4, but I only have C1, and Yun Jin C6, but I only have C3. I don't think anything else does attack speed, though. Give her Calamity for drip. Ooh. Ooh, you may have a point. Oh my god, you have a point there. The purples and blues are a little off. They're a little bright for her. I'm willing to overlook that because the gold and the yellow really do match up. And the feather. The feather, like, just looks like her ponytail straight up. Alright, you take that. VV domain for... Really? VV domain gives attack speed? I don't read any of the domain effects. Let me eat it a food as well. Oh, wait, yeah, Chongyun does give attack speed. One of Ayato's constellations. I also remember now. Ryo C4 gives 20% attack speed. Oh no, 10% attack speed. When he's healed. Ayato constellations. Maybe I'll get really unlucky. I'll be the first person to lose Okay. C4. Is that his burst? Yeah. So his burst gives 15% attack speed. Maybe I will lose 4 50-50s, or like I'll be the first person ever to not get a guarantee after losing a 50-50, and I'll get 4 Ayatos before I get my my Yang Miko. Maybe that's what'll happen. But let me check this domain. Opponents in the challenge have decreased physical res. It's physical damage. My gut tells me that's what it always was. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that was one of the domain effects that they changed. Yun, where are you, buddy? There you are.
Time for some training?
Okay. Honestly, it doesn't really look that much fast. No, I can tell. But her attacks are so fast that it kind of feels like it doesn't matter all that much. What is Chongyun's? Is it 8%? Okay, well, you're not helping much, bud. Turn her into a normal attacking cryo DPS using Chongyun and Escoffier like I am with Layla? Yeah! That's sort of what I was, I think I maybe, like, yeah, Chongyun, Chi-Chi, Farina, Escoffier is a nice team. That was the one where I said you could pretend Chi-Chi's dealing damage. I mean, I think her normal attack multipliers aren't the worst thing in the world. So she wouldn't be doing nothing, just not a lot. Where is Chi-Chi on Enkanomiya? Never mind, they're not really anything special. 74, 76, 48 plus 48 for the third hit, 49 plus 49 for the fourth hit, and then 125 for the last hit. Yeah, that's actually, it is kind of low. But they are fast. They are fast. Maybe they do suffer a little bit from hit lag, but they're fast. If only she could use Crescent Pike. Wait, Skyward Blade has attack speed? I totally thought there weren't any weapons that gave attack speed. Skyward Blade. No, shut up, Game 8. I don't want Game 8. Attack speed by 10% on using an elemental burst. It's 12 seconds. And it has the Crescent Pike effect. Normal uncharged attacks deal additional damage to 20% of attack. Oh wow, this thing could be... I mean, the stat being EM isn't the best. Or ER isn't the best. I guess it is for Chi-Chi, because she needs to use her burst. Doesn't she have an 80 cost? Oh good lord, she does. And she doesn't generate energy. So maybe she does need it. Maybe she does need it. Ooh, okay. Let's go find some things. Did I mark everything off? I think I got this. And I haven't marked anything else. It would still be a wheelchair team? Alright, as long as you know. I don't got a problem with that.
Be right there.
Maybe I should swap the team back to a real one, because I think there are enemies over here. Not sure. But I think. One thing I'm appreciating about Aoife over Sucrose, 60 versus 80. And actually I was gonna say better particle generation, but I guess not really. I like Aoife's front-loaded particle generation because I thought they were gonna fuck him over, and I thought they were gonna make him generate particles over time in his skill, but they don't. They just generate all the particles on the first hit. How many particles does Sucrose generate? Because it never feels like enough. It feels like 2. Who's coming back? Yun Jin.
Let's get this
Sorry, sorry, sweetie. Get back out
It's been a
here.
while since I've limbered up.
I know this stream is supposed to be about
It's time
you,
to pull the trigger.
but you know, Things happen. We get distracted. EM is so rough for stacking if you have to use an ER Sands. Mm-hmm. Especially because the no EM Ascension. The EM Ascension on Aoife does feel like it helps. And Sucrose with her silly little Animo damage bonus Ascension. Get out here, girl. Get out here, girl. What the hell is this? What are we doing? Okay. Are these guys... Do they only activate if I, like, touch these? Because I want to fight them. Yes!
Right for a trap.
What am I doing?
Dare to mess with me? Have fun with this.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, hey, Aoife's coming in clutch.
I'm weak. Your
Tarzan got low and Aoife popped off with his passive. This is maybe a situation in which I would want Bennett Farina. So I would have an actual burst that did damage
Quiet now.
for the AoE.
right for a trap.
Eh,
Here's the score.
why not?
Let's go.
Why is he doing so little damage right now? Did I swap gear off? Oh, wait, no, he was just in the high resist phase. I always forget that those enemies have, like, the automaton mechanics.
If you need help with carrying.
Like, they have the high resistance phase and you need to be in Night Soul near them. It's weird.
This stuff. I'll get Kakuku.
See when in sack and she feels okay. Yeah. Actually, you know what? No, not really. She still feels so high energy need all the time. Although maybe that's just my VV pieces. Maybe if I got some decent EM pieces with ER substats, it wouldn't be so awful. But it does feel a little rough. I feel like I never really have Sucrose's burst exactly when I want it. And to some extent that can be true of Aoife, but I feel like it happens less often. It also probably doesn't hurt that I want to use... Oh, wait, no, I remember how to do this. It doesn't hurt that I want to use Aoife's burst less than I want to use Sucrose's, because Sucrose's burst is better. Sorry, Aoife, but... It's true. Is that it? That's all I have to do? Yeah.
If you need
Yay.
help with carrying this stuff, I'll get Kakuku.
Oh wait, I forgot to... Streaming. I'm streaming. Aoife's burst doesn't absorb much. At least you can say it works, unlike her burst. Indeed. It actually... It only absorbs once, but at least it absorbs once every time. Aoife kind of reminds me of Spike Spiegel from Cowboy Bebop. He's just swagged out and has a cowboy hat. Are you just attracted to Spike Spiegel? Is that what you're trying to tell us? Dirk will have the first burst that directly generates particles. Oh, yeah. Doesn't, I mean, it doesn't actually generate particles, does it? I don't think it itself generates particles. I think her particles work where, like, she generates particles upon doing any instance of cryo damage, like after she's in her skill state. So if that instance so happens to be her burst, then her burst will generate particles. Which, like, that's still the case, that it's the first burst that will generate particles. But it doesn't always generate particles, from what I know. I see you, Cannoli. I want to make normal charged Aoife work because I like his gun animations. I've thought a little bit about like non-skill state Aoife. Ultimately, I think I just like the fact that he heals while he's DPSing too much. So, I probably am gonna stick with his more quote-unquote intended style. But, I respect it. I respect the hustle. Let's find some more things. Skill state is too strong comparatively. Yeah, I think it also has much higher multipliers. Let's go. Let's find that out. Even if it doesn't have higher multipliers, it's faster shooting. Okay, it does have much higher multipliers. Crowned Aoife normals are 96%, 85%, and 134%, with the charge attack being 264, which to be fair is higher. But his skill is 240% and it hits faster. And it also has a constellation associated with it, so it gets more. It's the voice that makes him similar to Spike. I guess. I actually just started rewatching Cowboy Bebop recently. I only watched the first 2 episodes, but I was like, Jesus, it's been too long. I love that show. Maybe I'll watch more tonight. Codex doesn't work with NACA is also, yeah. You'd have to run Pavilion, and I think Pavilion, it would benefit less because like attack speed doesn't benefit charge attacks, which is his highest multiplier in this state. And these are the normal attack spam is also pretty slow with the third one, so you'd have to do like set those combos where N2 walk cancels, which you could probably get pretty good at, but you know, probably not all that worth it. That's kind of cool though. I like those animations. Back and I made brownies. What show are we talking about? Cowboy Bebop. Not much about it. Just that it's been a few years since I watched it, and I just started it again. And because Aoife looks like Spike Spiegel, or feels like Spike Spiegel, he's a sexy cowboy with a deep voice, is really all there is to it. Which, you know, I think that actually does apply to most cowboys, to be fair. Perhaps both Cowboy Bebop and Aoife have origins in the Western genre, but who's to say? Hope you enjoy your brownies, though. Did you bring enough to share with the class? Jesus, my frames are dropping. All over. I'm gonna have to do a second rotation. What? Alright. We're not gonna bother with Yun Jin. Sorry, Yun Jin. I'd just be wasting your burst.
Nice one. You got a knack.
Let's
for
mark
tracking
her
these
off. Where is this on the map? The Aoife looks like Mugen from, I don't know, Samurai Champloo? Champloo. I'm pronouncing it Champloo because that's funnier. You could do walk cancels or just E and hold left mouse button, so there's a lot working against it. Yeah. It's like possible, but you'd probably just want to use the skill. Could work. And you could get more swirls, maybe. With the attack speed, it might be a little nicer. Although you're getting swirls every third hit instead of every other hit, so I don't know how that works out. Never finished Cowboy Bebop. Come on, you gotta. If you want to play Aoife, you actually have to finish Cowboy Bebop. Hoyo wrote it down in the rules. His animations are ambidextrous, which is cool to watch. Do the NA combo, his gun ends in his left hand, he gets holstered directly. If you do this VA, it ends in his right hand and he tosses it over his... Okay. Hold on. Left hand. Holstered. Right hand. And then he okay, yeah, I see it. That's cool. Is Aoife left-handed?
Mind the wind.
He also shoots left-handed with his skill. So Aoife is probably left-handed. Fun fact of the day. Or he's ambidextrous and, like, prefers his left hand. Ooh, hello. Bring me up to the heavens. Hey, hey. No sense of respect.
Busted.
Ow. Okay. Starting rotation. Hey, hey, hey.
Gears of the
Thank you,
storm.
Aoife, for saving us. Stop.
Unstuck. Your grand finale.
Let's go.
Stop beating me up, you big dumb fireballs. There we go. I still haven't gotten the one treasure chest that this marked.
I'll get
It's so goofy. Finding every single treasure chest in the area except the one it marked, which seems to be a common chest if I'm looking at the interactive map here. Like sniping random NPCs with Aoife. Indeed. I think I've only put that into one video so far. Only the Aoife video. I mean, I guess that makes sense because I did not have any Aoife in that other video, but I've been doing it all the time. Just bam. Smacking dudes from a mile away. Aoife's so much fun. He would not be this much fun if he didn't look this good and his animations weren't this pretty. I'm not afraid to admit that. I'm not a coward.
nice one. You got a knack for tracking these down.
I was like kind of setting myself up to be disappointed with him, but I don't really think I am. He feels a little low impact sometimes. But I don't know, he does feel kind of well balanced. I don't know. Maybe my perspective is skewed because I haven't pulled Moiko or Escoffier, and I know how much of a step above those guys are. But I'm having a pretty good time with him. I'm not really feeling like he's particularly weak. Marina's possibly left-handed. I think that I think I've seen something about that. But yeah, she starts her normal attacks with her left hand. I know that, and her black glove is on her left hand, which I don't know how much that means, but it's fun bit of trivia, I guess. What am I doing here? Okay, that's what I'm doing here. Which tall male character do you guys think is the best husband material? I already... Actually, maybe I didn't, because my original answer, someone asked who I would date. Number one answer. But he would potentially be mean to me, and maybe I would be okay with that, but if I wasn't okay with that, then I would go Aoife. So, in terms of husband material, I think I'm just going straight with Aoife. Maybe Risley. I think Risley is a shaky answer. I think Aoife's the safe answer here. What are we doing here? Was I supposed to ride that up? Or am I just supposed to go up there now? Underpowered as an on-fielder? I can see that. I mean, I'm still not doing crazy things here. It's a worse team. But, with my level of investment, I've been pretty happy with his performance. Again, I'm pretty used to not playing the best characters or playing weird jank teams. So maybe that's that maybe that's that side of me talking.
Mind the wind.
Whee. How could Ryo be mean? I feel he wouldn't mean it. It wouldn't be intentional.
Let's go.
I feel like he would just lack a little bit of like social consciousness, if that makes sense. Is that the word I'm looking for? He's a fucking criminal. And like not to be like not to be a criminal hater. You know, hi Kamina. No thank you, not right now. Not to say that all criminals are inherently evil. But I shouldn't have said he's a fucking criminal. I should have said he is a he runs a fucking prison. He runs a prison and he is very okay with being just a little bit corrupt. So I could definitely see how he would be mean to me by accident. By just like not really understanding how he would be mean to me. Aoife, no question. I'm seeing a few Aoifes here. Auron is the best husband material. Auron, okay, no, look, I love my Auron, but that dude is like the ultimate, like, college boyfriend. He's fucking, he's chill and we love him and he is nice, but he's just a little bit insane. He's just like a little too, that's what I love him for. I love him for his instability. But he just doesn't like quite understand things. He understands a lot, but he doesn't understand enough, if that makes sense. Just a bit too goofy. Like I don't think I could sit down and like have a life with him. I would have a good few months with him. He would take me to cool places. I think I have to do something regarding that block. I'm just like going in circles here. College boyfriend. Auron matches my freak. Peak dork. Exactly. And I still don't think he's like reached the husband levels of dork, because I think there are dorks that can be husbands, but I don't think Auron is one of them. Hot take here. Was I not supposed to do that? What do I do? What am I doing? Oh, wait. This is cracked. I'm dumb. Whoa! It's like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. I'm in Italy. Fuck, I'm in Italy. Hey, guys. How you doing? Why are they so big? Do I have any Omni Ubiquity nets? I don't think I do. I think I keep meaning to buy them and I forget. Oh, I do! Fuck yeah. Can I catch you? Are you too big? No, they're too big. It didn't give me the message. It just didn't do anything. Oh. This is horrible. Just get the compass back out. Auron has a farm. Good point. But still, like, that still feels college boyfriend to me. Like he gives you vegetables off his farm.
If you need help with carrying this stuff, I'll get Kakuku on it.
The farmhouse has one room. Like, I'm not living in there forever.
Mind the wind.
I need more. I love a quaint house, but I need more than one room. Whee. Auron might be awkward because his grandmother's kind of into you. Good point. Look at that. Good point. Archon Luck 108. Are these viewers? Or are these just random people that are happening to request? Whee. Boop. Oh, I have to kill you guys. Oh shit, there are two of them.
Mind your step.
I'm just gonna like break the shield or like get close to breaking the shield now. So I can do my rotation and then have the shield already be broken. Whoa, whoa.
That. Have fun with this gift. Gotcha. Here comes the catch.
Okay, great shot. Thank you, Yelan.
Strike is one.
Let's go.
Thank you for giving us that like up close and personal under boob armpit shot. Really needed that one. And then we can just keep going. Okay, no, maybe we can't keep going. The buffs don't last long enough. Maybe, maybe. Just kill him. Oh, come on. Good job, Aoife. We're all so proud of you.
Dare to mess with me? Ha!
Find the wind.
Dang. There we go. Oh wait, I've missed a few. I've missed a few arguments about the husband debate. I need to go back and read these. Mario's fine as hell and he has cuffs. Okay. I mean, I'm not like.
If you
Yeah,
need
okay,
help
I see your
carrying
point
stuff,
there.
I'll get Kakuku on it.
Knew you can tell is carved by the Genshin gods beneath those blue robes. I have the Genshin tall male model etched into my brain, so all I see under this is like twink build. But it's nice that the robes do leave some stuff to the imagination. They let you do a little bit of pretending. He does the type that acts chill in public, but anything behind closed doors. Oh, he's a freak. He's a something in the streets, something in the sheets. I don't know. You get what I'm going for. I need to mark these things off. I need to mark off these things I've been collecting. It's a remarkable chest.
Hey, get out.
Got that.
Kakuku.
And then apparently there's a pulverite over here. Okay. Sure. Too adorable and boyish for me to pick his husband material. That's what I'm with you on that one. That's what I'm saying. Like he'd be a college boyfriend that I would have a good relationship with. Like we would stay friends. But I can't stay with that guy. Random request to forget to turn the back off on co-op event. You know what? Yeah, I should turn off my co-op requests. You know what? No, I don't care. Because we get to see the funny names. If there are any funny names. Granddaddy Varko will come with a new character model. We hope. I don't expect it, but we hope. Oh, hello. I'm gonna be a little upset, even though I don't expect it to happen. I'm gonna be a little upset if it doesn't. Because that man should have, like, absolute trampoline tits that I can jump up and down on. Okay. Oh, wait, this is easy.
Let's go.
I remember this. I was helping someone out with exploration, and you just shoot the balloons. Please. There we go. Guess you could shoot the guys too.
Come on.
There we go. There we go. Varka will be a femboy? No. Don't say those horrible words. Not in this chat. Ito arms under those robes. That's what I'm saying! Like, okay, the legs already kind of show you a little bit like, alright. Okay, look at those. That's pretty thin right there. I don't really have much hope for the rest of him. Image I just got in my head when... That's what I'm here for. I'm here to enlighten you guys. Make you think of things that you never even like considered. So where is this pulverite, which is apparently what those rocks that Ion-san can break are called? It's supposed to be, I think, like inside here. I think Varka will be Animo. I have no thoughts about Varka's element right now. None at all. I'm thinking... Actually, you know what? Maybe I do have a few thoughts. I've narrowed it down to maybe a few different elements. Probably... I can see Cryo. I can see Animo. I don't think Geo. Yeah, I don't think Geo. Dendro. Let's see Dendro. I think either Cryo or Animo. I think that's my guess. Now, where is the Tatankasaur? Where do I... Are you okay, dude? You freaking out? Varka will be physical. It basically forces him to be Cryo or Electro. Maybe. That's so he can work with Mika. So he can give Mika Mika was playing Future Impact this whole time to be a Varka support. That would be funny though. And I guess then Varka would be Electro. I don't see Varka being Electro though. I honestly have a weird, strong feeling about Cryo though. Eon-san. I'm looking for Eon-san.
Anyone need a coach?
Also, oh, I just remembered. I get Kaya C6 next month, which is in like 10 days. So that'll be fun. I mean, it's not really... It's just a good constellation that makes Kaya a lot better. It doesn't enable a whole lot of new things. So I don't know if I'll really be able to mess around with that. But it'll be my first starter C6. Oh. Oh, okay. I just never got that, apparently. Oh, I remember, because I was playing Kanich and I just jumped through the gap there. Okay. Pulverite obtained. And there's supposed to be a few more things over here. Can you leave me alone? I need to eat. I need to take a bite. Okay, let's catch up. Even if he was a twink body, I'd still hit. Respect. With that long, luscious white hair he has going on, the mane. I was just about to say something fucking heinous. I'll still say it. Imagine the mane bouncing. I won't tell you what context. Varka better look the chiseled man, the... Eventually... Oh, yes, Cypress. Let's go look at Cypress. Let's go marvel in the glory that is Cypress. And then Wagner. Because all of the hot men are from Mondstadt. And Huffman, I fucking guess. Whatever. I guess Huffman's hot. Read this feeling Varka will be physical. Wait, no, I think I already... Did I already read that? I think I did. Yes, I did. Razor is physical-ish. Razor is physical. He is intended to be a physical character. He's just better as a pyro character. Varka was basically his dad. That's the point. I mean, I don't see, they don't make a whole lot of connection. I guess so? Actually, you know what? No. They did with, like, Ion-san and Beresa. Although, like, Oron was sort of a Chaska support-ish. So and they don't really have any relation at all. They just happen to come out at the same time. I think generally they don't make much connection between Kit and Lore. Where is Cypress? Is he like inside somewhere? Where is... Hello. Y-Rat? That's a really unfortunate name. Wood? This guy is named Wood? Why did his parents do that to him? He already looks like that.
May the Animo Archon protect you.
They don't need to name him Wood. That's the Night HQ. Oh, you're right. You're right. You're so fucking right. I forgot Cypress's Adventurers Guild. But yeah, in general, they don't really make much relation between characters, like their kits and their lore. Farazan was the Wanderer buffer, and she has nothing to do with him. Farazan was really just a sneak Shao buff. She wasn't meant for Wanderer. They just said, Wanderer can take the fall. Who else even is there? Eonson and Varese are like the only ones that really come to mind. No Linny and Lynette. That shit is so depressing. That will never not be sad. No Ningguang and Beto. No Noah, Hytham, and Kave. I guess Toma can work with Ayato. Probably not Will, though. And not with Eth. I mean, Toma does have a few more relationships, so there's not like one person I would attach him to. Where is the... Are these people really just random? Are these not you guys? I don't usually get this many join requests, is the thing. Where is the Adventurers Guild? I'm like lost. I have a gift for making me picture the wildest shit in my head. You're welcome. I do my best to curse everyone with my images. The flashes in my vision that I get from God. Oh wait, Aoife and Ororon. I guess. Okay, so they have done it, I guess, the past 2 times. Aoife and Ororon and Eon-san and Varesa. But I really don't think... They really just seem to fucking hate physical. To be fair, they fucking hated Freeze until Escoffier came around, and they still do hate Freeze, but because Escoffier doesn't interact with Freeze at all, she just makes the units that were in Freeze better. So, like, maybe they'll do a physical comeback thing. Because Mika is already busted, and you don't really need... Like if there is a good physical carry for him to buff, he'll be a good unit. So yeah, perhaps it's possible that Mika is future impact for Varka. It will be very funny if that happens. Okay. They seem to be doing it a little more, I guess, now.
Guess I'll post a commission at the Adventurers Guild.
Southern part of town. It's on the same side as the Night HQ, but I think it's a little lower down. Is it? Oh, that's why I got mixed up. Because the Knights is right there, and this is the Adventurers Guild. There he is. Hi, Cyrus. Hi, Cyrus. Look at that. He's still, like, not... He's not comically jacked, but he's way more jacked than anybody playable. Hi, Cyrus. Kiddo. Goodbye. Sorry. Sorry, I have to go look at Wagner now. It's Wagner time. Also, I should be back to, This is a Yun Jin stream, guys. We love Yun Jin, right? We love Yun Jin. Skirk and Child have very similar kit structure. Yes, that is you're right on that one. They have I started the thought on another live stream and I never finished it, but she has so Child of course has the normal attack buff, which is really cool and unique, and it's not really often useful, but it's sick as hell. Skirk actually has a useful talent where she buffs everyone's skill level, but it's only if the entire skill is cryo and or if the entire team is cryo and hydro, which is unbelievably fucking lame. They couldn't give her anything outside of the freeze teams. They hate Skirk. She said 3 lines of dialogue. She disappeared for a year, more than a year, and then they gave her a horrible fucking kit and linked her to the worst reaction and didn't do anything interesting with it. They just hate Skirk. Hi, Wagner. Lovely beard you have today. But yeah, they also have the weird like double burst thing going on, where they burst 2 different things based on if they're in their skill state or not. I wish Skirk had the thing that Child did, where she could stay in her skill state as long as she wanted. That would be cool. But I guess people thought that was hard, and they didn't know how long to spend on field with Child, because they don't understand that you swap when your buffs run out. Whatever, I'm being mean. It has a minor synergy by being another source of taunt for Lenny. Yeah, that's a little bit. They both have a taunt as well, which is kind of cool. They both have the cat taunt. I have thought a little bit about that in the past. Like, she was technically the best defensive Anemo unit until Lanyan came along, because no other Anemo units had a taunt. But taunts are pretty inconsistent. I think they're only really reliable against range attacks, in which case they are very reliable. Which is neat. And that would have made a fun 5-star. Maybe. I don't know. I don't... Ooh, hello. I don't think too much about hit changes like that. I'd have to consider for a second. Where are you? Kiwawa.
Anything you need delivered?
Kiwawa. Check this out. Foul for everyone. Why did they lock up our queen like that? I think, I mean, I'm still gonna maintain that I think she has an interesting, I should say that I think she has an interesting kit. I think she has shit balancing. I think it's interesting, or it's important to make that distinction. That, like, conceptually her kit is pretty cool, but the ways they have balanced her are just disgusting. Not only are they predatory, but they are uninteresting. Not sure what Lynette's kit is even for. It's just kind of free character, free Anemo character. It's like she's fine at whatever you want to use her for. You can just use her as a burst bot, and to make her hold VV. You can turn her potentially into sort of a DPS. I mean, she's a good plunge DPS, as good as anybody else is. It's like, yeah, she just very much feels like this is a character we want to give away for free. And she suffered a little bit because of that, but she's definitely one of the better free characters. Let's do... Aoife the animal lover, killing all the birds. He's so good at it too. Are these guys back? I'm farming foul now. I've swapped over. Yeah, about Lynette being a cool 5-star, I do agree with the sentiment that, like, her kit is a little bit scattered, and maybe that's why I can't really think of her being a 5-star. Like, what would she really be as a 5-star? Maybe, I guess better grouping on the burst, maybe some better buffing going on. nothing all too interesting to me. Like maybe a kind of cool hybrid quick swap DPS that could do some actual real animo damage, but you know, the state of animo damage in Genshin is that it all relies on Farazan to be good. So then like you're giving up a spot for Farazan, which isn't the worst thing in the world. It would just be kind of clunky, I think. Oh, hey dude. How you doing? I've already gotten all my unusual Hilichurl kills, but I don't need to swap. I don't need to swap. I'll just do this.
Break a leg.
Let's go.
3 shots. Aoife, our goat. Lenny meant to be 2-in-1 character? Yeah. That would have been neat. That would have... they would have done Lynette a lot better. I mean, I've shared my opinions on Lenny a lot. I fucking love Lenny. I think Lenny's so goddamn cool. I think Lenny is how you do an incentive for a certain team right. Where essentially all his monopyro passive does is it compensates for the reactions he would be doing in like a vapor or melt team. And if you are running him in a vapor or melt team, then that passive, it's just effectively doing nothing. And it's not a crazy loss, and it's pretty much equal in damage, but it's a little bit harder to play, potentially. I mean, I think his melt teams definitely have a higher ceiling now. But why didn't they just balance Skirk more like that? Why'd they have to be greedy? Interesting potential because she prioritizes... Oh yeah, the cryo absorption I've looked at a little bit in the past. I still haven't... I found a few uses for it. I would like to find more for it. Her cryo absorption on her burst. It's neat. She has a less one-dimensional role than Kachina. It didn't need to be level 70 for IT. Just level 1 with it. Oh, okay. AKA that. She does have a less one-dimensional role, because, like I mentioned, she does have decent talent damage. But, you know, as mentioned, the issue with any Animo DPS is Farazan has to be there. I meant to swap to Farazan, but she's not in the team anymore. Wee. You make a funny noise when you hit people with Kirara. I never really noticed. That's cute. I just ran out of Mondstadt after ogling all the hot men and started killing birds. Should I take Lynette out now? Is it thematic? I really haven't used her much since I level 90'd her.
Time for afternoon tea.
I got her. I loved Lynette so much. I really do. I adore her as a character. She's one of my absolute favorites. I love seeing her on screen. I'm so happy she got a hangout. But I don't love using her as a unit. I guess, yeah, I do wish that there were more context for which I felt good using her. I got her C6 on her first banner. Like, I went for this and I got it. I will admit I got very stupid lucky, but I, like, went out with the sole intent of getting her C6. And I was happy with that, but I really just haven't used her all that much. It's sad. Dynasty Lali, I've been fooling around with Arlecchino melt setups as a replacement. That's cool. I like that. Yeah, one downside about Sweet Lali is that she makes scuffed melt setups irrelevant. Which I guess isn't a downside to some people, but it is a downside to me because I like scuffed shit. Unlike Kazuha, where you always have to be careful where the pyro will easily take over. Yeah, that's one of the really big things that I don't like about Kazuha. It can potentially be a good thing, especially with Bennett. It like makes double swirl setups with Bennett a lot easier, and he can become essentially your pyro applier in those teams. It's different, I should say, mostly. But I think I do prefer the higher priority of cryo. If I really had to pick. But yeah, I think it mostly is just a different thing. Her design is incredible. Look at this. Look at how pretty. I love her. I also I don't know where I was seeing it, but I was seeing someone talk about her and Lenny's design, where it's funny how like
Oh, it's an
for
honor.
a male character, especially Lenny shows a fair amount of skin. Whereas Lynette is dressed a lot more modestly. She only has, that window in the back and in the front, and back is kind of covered by her hair. Front is not all that large, and it flips the stereotype of like the sort of professionally dressed magician and the scantily clad assistant, where the assistant is the more modest one. And I think that's cute. I'm a fan of that. I like that. And I like slutty little Lenny outfit. I think it's silly. Why are you on compound bow? What happened to you? And that is one of the few women who don't wear high heels? Oh, okay. They all have like almost heels. The ones that don't have heels, it's still like a tiny bit of a heel, but yeah, certainly not high heels. Lenny has heels. They have like the same boots, I just realized. I guess not too surprising. I've gotten so sidetracked at this point. I just like talking about character designs. Is that such a problem?
Who's our target this time?
I am
Need the help of an elder,
I mean, as someone who loves Lenny as much as I do, I'm not like so torn over the fact that Lenny and Lynette weren't a 2-in-1 character. Um I think definitely it would have been a cool concept. I don't know how they would have incorporated it because, at the end of the day, they still have to control like a one person character. Like I think how that would end up being, maybe they could do something like they swap models during their skill or something like that. But I feel like the most realistic option is just that like one would come in during the burst animation and essentially be like a summon or something like that, which still is cool. But I feel like Genshin's kind of core, their like base design for a character might not like allow for like full justice for a 2-in-1 archetype. But I do wish they tried it at least. It's not like an inherently bad idea. I wouldn't have high hopes for it personally. Dash to swap character, that could get messy. Yeah, that was someone all before was another stream was talking about like Ayaka's special dash. You could do like different inputs or special inputs to make her not do her like ice form thing. And Genshin, the fact that Genshin relies on this like latency system where it has to like check in with the servers before you even do something as simple as like swap your character, I just think that could get real messy real fast, especially with high ping. Not to say high ping is a reason that they shouldn't do something. Chlorand is horrible on high ping, and I think Chlorand is a cool enough character. But it could get very messy. Columbina was going to be Pyra. Oh yeah, the Columbina leaks are fake. The Columbina leaks are always fake. We have a fake Columbina leak at least once a year. So, until it's in beta, I don't believe anything about Columbina. Which region has my favorite character design? That's a real question. That is something I have to think about. Not Liyue. Sorry, Liyue. I don't know. Something with Liyue just doesn't stick to me. Fontaine is definitely up there. I mean, I hate to be generic, but Jesus Christ, are they fly in Fontaine? Does Chiori count as Fontaine or Inazuma? I guess she's Inazuma because she has the Inazuma vision marking thing, the vision casing. Emily. It has Emily. It has Risley. It has Linny. It has Navia. I am a big fan of Chevrolet. I know that people don't really love Chevrolet, but I'm a massive fan of Chevrolet. I love how she looks. Um, who are some other bang? I already mentioned Lynette's a fucking banger. Um, is that it? Fremene's cool. I mean, he's not one of my favorite visual designs. I love him more as a character, I think, and I do like how he looks like a penguin, but there are a lot of little things that the tiny shorts, they just make his legs look really long. I think they go with the design, but I don't know. I don't know what I would do to change them, or even if I would change them, but they weird me out a little, I guess. He can be a little bit of a flat design, but in general, I like him a lot. I love the helmet. Um, How much on here? Like, yeah, I just generally do really love the characters of Fontaine. Um, it's definitely not Natlan. Definitely not Natlan. Sorry, Natlan. Sumeru Wakabe's great.
Hmm.
I think Wander is I guess Wander is a Sumeru character. I think he's cool. Farazan is one of my favorite, like, just kind of girl in a dress designs. Like, doesn't have a ton of detailing going on, but I think she has enough personality within the outfit to really make her stand out. So she's like she's like bottom of A tier type character. Like, she's not up in my favorites, but she's my favorite of this archetype. And I think it's like Layla's pretty great. Um I love Dory. I always love Dory. I think Dory's so fucking fly. But yeah, I think in Sumeru maybe has like the hardest hitters, but Fontaine has more characters that I like their designs better.
Hmm.
Inazuma, I don't think there are a ton of characters that really stand out to me. I love Ito. Um, is that really? No, I actually do. I'm a big fan of Kujo-Sara's design. I think she looks great with the mask. And then for Liyue, it's like Yan Fei. I'm a big fan of. Is that really it? I don't love a ton of Inazuma. Gaming is up there. I'm not looking at chat. I should look at this. Sevelini turning into a cat for no reason. The burst is just Lynette using her skill or burst. That would be nice. Okay, fine. Maybe like again, I think that's kind of like skimping on the two character design to only have the other character in the burst. And like I'm happy. I guess to kind of counter that, I'm happy that Lynette is a more like fleshed out playable character by herself. Also, like, come on, these fucking idle animations, I love them. So but it would be cool, like, even if they were still their own playable characters, it would be cool to have like the other step in for their burst. So anyways, back to some of these characters. I wish I could filter by region because they have all the Liyue characters like just thrown in the middle of random regions. Yan Fei is like, I honestly think the biggest hitter from Liyue. Gaming is close, but I still think Yanfei wins out overall. Mondstadt is pretty great though. I'm a big fan of Bennett's design, weirdly enough.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
I don't really know what draws me in, but like every time I look at him, I'm like, this is a much cooler design than I remember it being. Fischl, I fucking love Fischl. I fucking love Fischl. I'm such a big Fischl fan. Sucrose is great. Who else in Mondstadt? Rosaria, I'm a big fan of. I guess that's kind of it, but again, it's sort of like Sumeru, where I think the hitters hit in Mondstadt. Let's see some of these. Let's comment on these. Not taking, yeah, agree on not taking the column being at least too seriously. Good choice. Unizuma is your favorite. Love Fremene's design. I definitely see the vision there, and I really can't point out exactly what I don't like, but something about the whole design doesn't like exactly gel for me. I'm a big fan of it. I pointed it out mainly because I'm like, I don't love it. I really like it, but I don't love it. Lanyan is fly. Lanyan is fly. I think she's a little too kind of I was gonna say she's a little too plain for my liking, but she has a lot of detailing going on. I like the dual hair things going on. I like the silver accenting. I like the colors. She doesn't like click exactly for me, but I do like a lot of the stuff that she has going on. Shorts could get a rework. Love how Shivers has long hair that's not randomly split in the middle. Yeah. I love the big purple blob. I love how you turn around and it's like, holy shit, is that fucking Grimace? Is that McDonald's Grimace? Diving helmet he doesn't wear in the water. Stop reminding me that he doesn't wear the helmet in the water. Gaming has such a normal guy energy. Yeah, but he's a cool normal guy. He's like a guy you would meet at a party and then be friends with for like a few years before going your separate ways in life. And he would like post cool things on Instagram or something, and you would watch his stories and you would be like, man, me and Gaming should hang out more, and then you wouldn't do anything about it. Cloud Retainer has peaked. Honestly, Cloud Retainer has grown on me since getting her. Um, I also think like the front-facing silhouette really doesn't do her a lot of justice. Standing like this, I think she looks way better in motion, and also the like plumage stuff she has going on in the back. Like this shot in particular is very unflattering for Shan Yun. That looks like someone on an adventure. Mm-hmm. Good adventure gear going on for him. And he doesn't sacrifice style for functionality. Or functionality for style, I don't know. I love his goofy little cape as well. That got eaten by wolves. Mean to tell me Kujosara fought a whole war in those shoes? Yes. And she slayed the entire time. Look at those. What a girl boss. I love her colors so much. Also, yeah, cool bird. Like the wings. Really enjoy Sino's design. Shade can try to give Sino a tall male body for him, but not the one we got. Oh, cops outside. Hello, cops. Imagine Sino with muscles. I mean, tall male doesn't mean muscles. Tall male does not mean muscles. But I definitely like Sino as he is. Sino, it's weird for a character that I love so much. I'm not like, I mean, okay, fine. I really do love the burst design that he gets, where he gets all the goofy Electro helmet and claws and things. But like this base design, I like it. I'm a fan of it. It's not one of my favorites. This is probably like top of B tier type thing for me, if I were to really rank them. I'm not making a tier list. I'm not making a tier list. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna make a tier list. Can Sarah really be a girl boss when she's such a simp? Yes. Yes, she can be such a girl boss. Being a girl boss and a girl failure are not mutually exclusive things. You can be different things in different aspects of life. She's multifaceted. That's what she is. Think of the vision with that outfit. Muscles would have looked so good. Muscles would have looked good on him. But the tall males don't get muscles. You would have just been longer. Just a long Sino. Do the tier list. I'll consider it. This was supposed to be a Yun Jin stream, right? right? Wasn't it? Wasn't it, guys? I don't know if I can even level this anymore. I probably can't. I've probably gotten like 2 artifacts. Oh. Where do these come from? Let me see how many I have. Not many. Yeah, really not many. I could do this isn't gonna really roll well, so I'm not gonna keep it for very long. Honestly, but it does give me defense. It is the only thing that gives me defense, so I think this is the thing that I should be leveling right now. Crit damage, yay. Alright, we don't have to throw more stuff into it. And now, yay, she's above 2,000. That's permanently? Okay, cool.
Observe.
And with the skill she gets 2,300, yay. And she needs to give the tall male character some muscles. Yeah, no, you're preaching to the fucking choir here. Look, they did it. I mean, they sort of did it with Risley. Like, I mean, they kept him the same character model, and they cheated by giving him heavy clothes and muscle definition. And you know, like we all say, he does have muscles. He is a muscly guy. We all saw that animation. Hold on. Hold on. Now I need to pull it up. What is it? What is this event called? What is this event called? Whirling Waltz. It's so dark in here. I should turn on my light, but I'm not going to. Where's the cutscene? Here it is. Come on. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Oh, okay. Oh, look at that. Like, there's muscle going on there. There is some real muscle going on there. He's hiding some real chunk under all that. This is musclier than the actual model that's going on here. But like, when it comes to the actual in-game model, they definitely like cheated a little bit. They gave him muscles by giving him big clothes, is what I'm saying. The glutes are muscles, good point. It's actually fucking crazy how they just did that. Like, what? Because, alright, okay. For comparison. Oh, wait, oh, no. I guess that there's a tiny bit of something there. It looks like they made his ass bigger. It just straight up looks like they made his ass bigger. I guess the issue with the early characters is that they were covered up by like jackets and things, because people also always do Zhongli, and it's like there's nothing there with Zhongli. There's nothing. There's a little bit of something, but I just like, am I gaslighting myself? It's okay. No, that's larger. That is like noticeably larger. It's so funny how they added that on. I mean, I'm not complaining. I am not complaining. You see me? You see me complaining? I'm not complaining. Deep red in Raya's outfit. Love my boy. I could go on for so long about my boy. Earrings, the scars, the red. He could kill me in so many different ways, and I wouldn't mind. Think I should pull Ryo. Ryo's the reason I played Genshin. Ryo's hair makes me think he has cat ears. That is indeed the point. I thought he did for a while until I pulled him. What child lacks an ass he makes up somewhere else, or so I've heard. Okay, alright. Whatever you say. What is the Aetha ass situation? Again, he's got the covering. Oh, but oh yeah. Let's get a good shot. How did I get I like got that good screenshot where his at oh, there we all right, we just got to get out of some grass here. Still like it's not up there. I think Risley just has everyone beat, which is fucking crazy that they just made one guy's ass bigger than everybody else's. Sorry, Yun Jin. Sorry, Yun Jin. We are distracted. If it has that Aoife would make for a fun time. Okay. What do you mean by that? I know I really have no place saying that, but what do you mean by that? Placing cat's tail. You can make characters bend over? Where is that so I can avoid it? You guys need to show me where that is so I can avoid it and never do it. Get in here. Outside? You said in cat's tail. Now I have to go through 2 whole loading screens. Unless you guys want to see me play some TCG. Against Huban. Timaeus! It's Timaeus! Hi Timaeus. I know who you are. And Kachina. Whatever. Okay, who cares? Timaeus is here. He's the real celebrity. Timaeus saved Liyue. After the horrors of the Archon quest, he and Yinger alone helped repopulate Liyue. And I could binge watch Cowboy Bebop all night. Now I just want to watch Cowboy Bebop. Cowboy Bebop. Need to make a Discord now so I could have a Cowboy Bebop watch party. Has so much work though. Outside. Oh, is it like you have to like climb one of these rails or something, don't you? I think I've seen this like 100 different times on r/Risley mains. I think I know what you're talking about. This is like their favorite photo op spot. Where is it? Where do I show off his ass? Is it like over here? I could just look on Risley mains and like scroll down for 2 seconds and find a screenshot of the place. Switch to day. Is it so we have the light of the sun to better see his ass? I can't. I thought it was like somewhere over here involving this corner. But I think I'm wrong. Oh, maybe. Or is it right here? Involving this barrel? It is involving this barrel? Go up slowly. Oh, I see it. I see it. I see the vision. Oh, come on. Maybe I have to drop the double animo. Maybe the double animo is messing me up. Because of the, what is it, the 5% movement speed? 10%, my bad. Get out of here, Varzon. We love you, girl, but not more than ass. Not more than man ass. Come on. I guess you could just kind of... Okay, it's daytime, so now we're blinding ourselves. The plan is... Oh, there we go. Yeah, no, I don't think he's competing with Risley here. I think this is like same size as everybody else. Eventually I will be pulling for Ryo. There it is. Like, I know that's just the model clipping being weird, but it does indeed look like he has a bulge going on. Not to be crass. But like that is looking crazy right there. Alright. Okay, okay, enough of that. Enough of the horny posting. Oof. Best view in all of Tavent. Hop on Genshin and try this out real quick. Okay. Okay. I don't even. What is this stream even doing anymore? I was exploring, right? I was exploring and thinking about Yun Jin, and I was trying to get a better Yun Jin build. Look, guys, I have 80 resin. So, okay, I was gonna save my resin for tomorrow. Now you really do have to answer this, because these materials are available tomorrow. But Jesus Christ, do I not want to level this bow? I don't think I'm ever gonna use it again. Maybe I will. Maybe I'm okay. Fine. Maybe I will play the physical Diona Nouvellette team again. It's a fun gimmick. It was mostly funny. I don't think it's a team that I really think I will continually play. So I don't expect myself to level this. My question is, should I save my resin to go do this, or should I go artifact gamble? Because I don't think I want to, but if you guys really want me to level this bow to level 90, I will save my resin. I'll be it even isn't even responsible. It's pretty irresponsible to level this thing to 90. Don't level it unless you lose a bet. Okay. All I need is one person telling me not to. That was a waste to spend resin on. Because, look, okay, I don't think I explained it clearly in the video, but I did the math. I get, what is it, 7 extra HP percent on this, which on Diona in particular is like 680 HP. It's fucking nothing. It's absolutely nothing. Okay, yeah, we want to see the artifact gamble. I worded it like that specifically because I expected you guys to want to see the artifact gamble. So this was the team that I was doing because, you know, Venti for friendship as well as Aoife. I don't really want to bother switching up my Aoife build. Oh, good lord, what happened to you, Auron? Oh, Farazan happened to you. Fine, whatever. I'll spend time changing up artifacts or whatever. I don't even care. I don't even care. And you're on the good, yeah. Aoife, no. Sorry, Aoife. Because I'm just going to swap you back right after. Let's do some gamble. I could put Venti on VV is the thing, because Venti is on Gilded. Or he probably isn't. He probably got... Oh, yeah, my boy got fucked up. My boy got fucked up. Are you okay, Venti? Wake up. Wake up. Let's just get you on VV. Could do like a crit build. Yeah, you know what? Fine. I don't have anything... Why not? Why not Venti crit build? Why not Venti crit build? Think of this. Who's gonna stop me? from doing Venti crit build. Look at that. This is gotcha. We love gambling. Yep. I knew that. I was leveraging it against you.
Brace yourself. Time for takeoff.
Let's go.
You were manipulated. Sorry, I was manipulating you. Look at all those numbers. Oh, I love Venti. Oh, I love Venti.
Come here, you little rascal.
There we go. Done. I'm getting no healing. God. Yippee. Actually kind of good. HP, flat HP, and crit damage. Actually, who would I even use that on? I need to be like actually thinking about who I would use these pieces on. Who uses Clam? I mean Kokomi, but she doesn't use crit. Potentially Cloud Retainer. Nouvelette. Nouvelette! I could use that as a Nouvelette piece. I think my feather is already pretty good though. It's doing well for itself. I'll keep it and I'll throw it away if I don't need it in the future.
Tell me what you see.
Yahoo! Think you can get away?
Chi-Chi on Clam. Oh yeah, HP Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi heals with attack. That's the joke. Where'd you go? Okay, there you are.
Mind your step.
Time to shine.
Not too far now. Go.
Die.
Let's go. Easy now, Kukuku.
Where does Kukuku get those wings from? Where do they come out? Does he keep them in pouches? He has a backpack. Maybe that's where he keeps it. Realistically, Chi-Chi actually would be going on Clam. Because, she does not deal enough damage to justify. You could put her on, like, Tenacity. Tenacity Chi-Chi. Doesn't do enough damage to justify building her crit. I really do want to build... So here's the thing. Here's the thing. I want to build physical DPS Chi-Chi eventually, maybe at some point. Normal attack multipliers are horrible. Does she get any bonuses in her kit? Incoming healing bonus. No. No. I don't remember exactly what Chi-Chi's constellations are, but I remember that every time I look at them, I get sad because they're like just so unbelievably bad. Another Chi-Chi concept of Navia. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm feeling that pain with you. Fun fact, I got Navia on Christmas. I hope that doesn't make you feel worse than you already feel, but I think that's neat. When Herald of Frost is, yeah, she gets 2 energy for C1. That is not damage bonus. I know C2 is damage bonus. Normal charge attack damage is 15% against cryo-affected opponents. I don't think that applies to frozen-affected opponents because I'd have to test, and I guess I could pretty easily, but cryo resonance specifies that it is frozen or cryo-affected opponents. So I have to imagine this does not include frozen opponents. Talent levels, attack decrease, talent levels, and the revive. So she gets 15% damage bonus from C2, and that's it. This character sucks. I'm so sorry to any Chi-Chi likers. This character is fucking worthless. I have no idea what to do with her. I've like tried so much to like just think of anything that I would want to do with Chi-Chi, but I always just come up blank. Like she is the character where I'm like, okay, Hoyo knew what they were doing putting her on standard. They knew they just wanted to make that character disgusting. Controlling Chi-Chi until losing 2 50-50 to her. Yeah. I'm still like, I don't really dislike her. I just kind of feel
Not
pity.
too far now. Let's go.
All my Chi-Chis came in Sumeru. I had no Chi-Chis before Sumeru. And then I got 3 Chi-Chis, and then I got no Chi-Chis. My Chi-Chis have been very condensed. So I haven't really had much time to like feel more negatively towards her. In fact, worse than most 4 stars. 4 stars are good in this game. So that's not really much of a statement, but she is worse than most 4 stars. $34 pity. First 5-star I managed to get on the new account I mean. Now I mean. Been my way for a while now. Hell yeah. We love our Navias. I didn't get... I did not get C1 Chiori for Navia. I just got it at 11 pity. But I used it with Navia for a very long time, and I still prefer it over Shilonen because I like Chiori more than I like Shilonen. So I don't really care if Shilonen is better. Which I don't actually know if she is. Team with Chlorand? Yeah, she did. I do remember that Jamie video. Chlorand with... I don't remember why Chi-Chi was there. Oh, no. I do remember why. So, with Chlorand... Oh, God. Alright, sorry. I'm gonna have to do my run. Then I'll explain the team. Because I liked it. It was Chi-Chi and Skyward Blade. Because it was supposed to be like, oh, here are 2 useless weapons. Or 2 weapons. 2 useless things that you can get, that you can actually make use of in this Chlorand team. And, so, at least for Skyward Blade, it was, the extra damage bonus you get on it has no cooldown. And Chlorand spams normal attacks really, really fast, so you can get a ton of extra procs of, Skyward Sword, Legend of Zelda. Skyward Blade's passive. And combined with Chi-Chi, you're getting super conducts, so physical resistance is affected, or those damage instances are affected by physical resistance, so you're getting some extra damage there. And Chi-Chi, because Chlorand has this thing. I want Chlorand. I think Chlorand's cool. Is it here? When Chlorand is in night vigil states, healing effects other than Impale the Night will not take effect and will instead be converted into a bond of life that is a percentage of healing that would have been received. So Chlorand, her whole thing is that she builds a bond of life and then she does her E, and her E does more damage based on how much bond of life she has. I think up to a maximum of 100, which is like half of her health bar as a visual. So, with the healing from Chi-Chi, she could do like 1 normal attack E, 1 normal attack E, whereas her normal rotation is 3 normal attacks into an E. And her E does more damage than a regular normal attack for her, so it did a lot more damage. So Chi-Chi could get super conducts and she could get healing for Chlorand, so she could do more skill spamming instead of normal attack spamming. And, the super conducts affected the damage of Skyward Blade. It was cool, and it's not like a crazy team or anything, but it is like a surprisingly good team for 2 things that you're gonna probably get if you play a long enough time that are not very good. Working co-op only if the revive wasn't on C6. Oh, is the revive co-op? I don't know that. Most early characters have bad cons. Kaya also does have bad cons. He just has a good C6. All right, you really want to take a look at the Kaya cons? I would say there are a good few characters that have good cons. There are like smatterings of good cons. Like Sucrose C1 is really good. Bennett actually has pretty good cons across the board. There's 1 or 2 bad ones. Actually, really just 1. But his are generally quite powerful. Sucrose's are decent. Sucrose. I meant Xiangling. I already said Sucrose. So Kayakons. Kayakons. Um, well, first, crit rate of Kaya's normal and charge attacks against opponents affected by cryo is increased by 15%. What a banger that is. C2 is actually kind of good. It's situational because most endgame content is now single target, so you're not going to get its effect, but being able to increase his burst up to 15 seconds if you defeat opponents is pretty good. But again, situational use. So not inherently a bad design, just bad for how the game has progressed. C4 is a shield. C4 is a shield. And C6 is indeed a really good one. 15 energy, and you get an extra icicle, which I don't know if it's more damage. I think it's more damage. It's at least more application, which is important. Few hours. See you, Nani. Hope you happy you had a good time. Hope you had a good time. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I'm losing my mind here. Her kit makes me so sad. Love her as a character. I think that's Chi-Chi, yeah. Use Barbara but not Chi-Chi. Is her healing any good? Chi-Chi's healing, I don't really know how to evaluate it. It's in here, right? Regeneration on hit, 10% attack. I think it's fine. I remember during the beginning of the game, people were saying like that was kind of Chi-Chi's thing, is that she is a really good healer. And like during kind of the 1.0 cycles, that was always the thing that was said about her. Like, at least she's a good healer. Healer isn't an offensive thing, but if you need a good healer, Chi-Chi's there. But, you know, as the game has gone on, there have been better healers, and more specifically healers that don't need to be on field to do their healing. But I think she does have fairly high healing. It's just not worth the time that she spends on field, is the main point. And also she doesn't generate energy. Love to get Shiori. I hate how her C1 isn't her kit as baseline. Yeah, okay. It's fair to not want to get Shiori without C1. Perfect. She's right here. Kachina's existence does make C0 Chiori a lot more relevant because she provides a Geo construct. She gets the 40% damage bonus from scroll. But you know, she's Kachina. She's not providing much else to your team. A more compelling choice is maybe Zhongli. Like Zhongli Chiori. It's not a crazy duo, but that's like a solid combination that you can go for with C0 Chiori. Otherwise, yeah, I mean she's good in Mono Geo, but if you're not, people don't really play Mono Geo anymore. It's not even Ito's best team anymore. But those are like the 3 use cases with her at C0, and none of them are particularly great. Those are just like things you can do if you want to use Chiori. So yeah, I totally do get that, because I don't think I would be using... I don't use Chiori that much anyways, because I love her. Fantastic visual design. Love her as a character. I think her kit is a little boring. 100% honest. Off-field geo damage is not the craziest thing in the world, and if she wasn't as strong as she was at C1, I probably wouldn't really be using her as much as I do, and it's even not a lot. Navi is my first 5 count. Everyone's getting Navi as their first 5-star on different accounts. Bennett yeah, Bennett everything is solid. Let's look at some Bennett cons here. Bennett C1 is of course great. It unlocks the HP restriction and gets more buffing for his burst. This isn't great. It's fine. 30 energy recharge occasionally is good. It's just not reliable. So it's like the whatever. I think it's better than Kai's crit rate at least. Skill levels aren't that great, and then making the skill different. It's not even like better. I don't really know what the point of this is. It's cool, I guess. That's the thing, is a lot of early constellations were designed to just be cool and not necessarily powerful. And I like that design philosophy, but it's not one that ages well for a, a game monetized such as this. People want their characters to be strong and not unlock extra things. Like Diluc C6, Diluc C6, it does increase a little bit of damage with the attack speed and damage percent, but like it does the thing, it does the Ito and Risley thing where his skill doesn't interrupt his normal attack combo, which is really cool. And it's not a big damage increase, but it's sick as fuck. So that's kind of what this is. It's like it doesn't really do anything for you, but it does give you a cool extra thing you can do with this skill. But yeah, then C5 is, of course, burst levels are good, and C6 is incredible, and you should activate it. Because not only is the pyro damage bonus very good in teams that can utilize it, but the pyro infusion is generally not... It's either not relevant or it's a good thing. It's very rarely a negative. I will stay on my C6 Bennett train. Like, I know that it's becoming a more common thing that, like, people aren't keeping their Bennett at C5 anymore, but, like, there still are people that do that, and I need to bully them. C6 Bennett is great. It's one of the best constellations in the game, for fun at least. His C1. Wish I've been playing when they released his skin. Kaya's skin is gorgeous. Could ogle at that. Fine, I will ogle at it. I was gonna be like, I don't want to get sidetracked more because I have more chat to catch up on. But we can ogle at it passively. Good lord, I'm happy I didn't have to pay for this skin. I'm still mad that I missed Ningguang's skin. I might actually play Ningguang more if I had her skin, because I don't really love her base skin. But I do like her Lantern Rite skin. Early cons are kind of restricted. Most C6 of early characters are C2 of new characters. Yeah, I think it maybe not restricted. I think they were really just wonky. Like Genshin just had no like Hoyo, really, not Genshin. Hoyo had no fucking clue what they were doing at the beginning of this game. Because it's like I don't know. Even something like Beto has really, really good constellations. What is this? Gets a shield at C1. She gets extra lightning arcs at C2. Both her talents are pretty relevant. C6 is Res Shred. C2 isn't that great. You get electro damage instance when she gets attacked, but you can do some shenanigans stuff with it. So it's like, those are all incredible constellations. But then, I don't know. We look at stuff, even like Jean. I think Jean was supposed to be a better character, but Jean's constellations are just not all it. They're not it. Pulling speed of Gale Blade after holding for more than 1 second and increases the damage dealt by 40%. Movement speed and attack speed. Cool, but it's a gimmick thing. Talent levels are also less relevant on her. Animo Res, kind of a cool thing. Wasn't relevant at launch. Was relevant for Xiao, but that was kind of it. And, Xiao was not a launch character. And then what is this? Incoming damage is decreased by 35% within the field created by Dandelion Breeze. Like, what? This effect lasts for 3 attacks. Her C6 decreases 3 instances of damage by 35% if you're standing in her field. It's like, yeah, that was kind of the design they were going for with the character. She has this like weird protective field thing going on, but it's just not good. I mean, the people who keep Bennett at C5 don't remember why anymore. Do it! C6 your Bennett! C6 your Bennett! C6 your Bennett! Oh, Xiangling skin from Lantern Right. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that you missed out on that. I mean, the Xiangling skin, I don't even particularly love the Xiangling skin. I just think it's great to have a different look for a character that is used in so many goddamn teams. Actually, no, Guoba Hat is fantastic. The rest of it is fine, but I love Guoba Hat. Trade Kirara's. Don't slander my girl Kirara. I mean, it might not be slander, but her skin is also great. I love my Kiwawa skin. Did I miss out on IFA testing? Maybe a little bit. I guess I intend to get back to it at some point. I've gotten a little caught up in just talking to chat, talking about unit design, talking about our favorite looks and things. I don't know how much I really even did in the first place. But I could go back to that for a little bit if I... Let me read some other things though. Could have gotten Shang Tsung, but super lazy during Lantern Raid. Okay, you guys are hanging out with each other. Shang Tsung saved me for her. The Guoba hat finally convinced me to get the 300 ER emblem set I was progressed. 300 ER is wild. I mean, I get that it's like, maybe for solo Pyro Xiangling, if you're not running her on Fav Sword, or Fav Sword, Fav Lance. But I think for anything else, that is maybe a little overkill. Then it left at C2. God, I'm sorry. At least he's C1.
You hear that? Sounded like an animal call. Or maybe I'm just hearing things.
Like hearing about designs? Okay, good. Because I might not get back to... I quote-unquote intended to get back to the testing, but I don't think that'll happen. Might not happen. It might happen soon, TM. Okay. I would like to get to a little bit of maybe exploring. Let me check my interactive map, because this is what I was doing. I was just kind of I never really did much like straight up testing. I was just kind of doing overworld things and seeing how it felt. I'm a real vibe. There's a reason my bio is #1 feels crafter. I'm a real vibes person. I mean, even so, I still can't say it is objectively worse than like Farina Bennett teams to use Yun Jin. But what was I saying? Said it a little during the beginning of the stream, but one of Bennett's big things over Yun Jin is that so Yun Jin and Bennett there are like some situations in which Yun Jin can be comparable to Bennett, but now that Farina exists, Bennett's healing has become a lot more valuable, and even before that, his healing was nice as a defensive utility. Aoife can help sort of patch that up a little bit because he acts as the full party healer when you're using him as the DPS. So in that case, you know, that's one of Yun Jin's weaknesses that feels a little less relevant, I guess. Ah. And also she frees you from circle impact, which, okay, I just am bad at the game. Feels pretty significant for Aoife, because he likes to be able to move around a lot. Those are my general thoughts on Yun Jin, and also my Yun Jin build is garbage, so like don't... None of my artifacts are leveled. Look at this pathetic defense. So like don't take any of this as, like, don't take the numbers as gospel. Just take the fact that she is generally a little bit worse as gospel. Kaching, also from the Noel Beginner Wish. Is Kaching even, like, okay, I read the Bennett part. Of course Bennett is good in all of the game. But is Kaching all that good? Early game? I'm curious. Region design discussion? Okay, don't read my mind there, Starshade. I've been planning for a little bit to do a, right before Netland ends, I want to do a big, I don't want to be one of those motherfuckers who makes retrospectives, but I want to do a Natland retrospective where I just look back at the entire region, all the, like, the unit designs, the area designs, the Archon Quest, the everything. I want to do a big-ass, long-ass stream where I just spend, like, 4 hours talking about, probably more. It'd probably be, like, almost 7 hours that I spend talking about Natland's design. Because I think it's, I mean, not only is this the first region that I'm experiencing, hello, I have Stringless on, as a content creator, and I can make content out of it, but I think it's just it's an interesting region to talk about. Because I think there are just a lot of good and bad things mixed together about it, and I'd like to be able to split them apart, to, like, parse them. Only 300 ER because I got an extra engulfing lightning is crazy. Aoife, great for explaining how is he in combat? He's fine. I was saying, I mean, I'm used to playing scuff teams. So I think a lot of people are, like, kind of wrong button. Not wrong button, just wrong gadget. A lot of people are saying that he feels a little underwhelming, and I don't really feel that because, as mentioned, I play scuff teams. So, like, as long as it's enough to clear, I'm fine with the unit. I can feel he's probably on, like, obviously not a 5-star level. But, if you have the pieces to make him work, he definitely can work in several different contexts. He's fairly flexible, and the fact that he heals the whole team is a really nice boon. So I think those are my general feelings about him. Nothing crazy, very flexible, very easy to play as well, which is a benefit for a lot of people.
Take it easy.
Not necessarily for me. I like characters that take a little more effort often. I mean, I do enjoy my occasional brainless character, but I like him more because he is a unit that I have to think about a fair amount. Those are my general feelings on him at the moment.
Nothing personal.
Chill. Numbers are fine. Nothing crazy. May have derailed the initial purpose of the stream while thirsting over the tall men intention. Sorry about that. I took the bait, okay? It's like at least 70% my fault. I'm the streamer here. I could have just ignored the comments about the hot men, but I need to engage. Because I do indeed love my hot men. Oh yeah, and the overwhelming theme of Aoife has been I probably wouldn't care about him as much as I did if he wasn't... whoops. If he wasn't as hot as he was. No pun intended, because I did just throw him in lava. Valid reason to derail indeed. Kachin carrying an early game. Exploration is the skill. I was back in 1.1, so I don't know how it measures now. Okay, that was back in 1.1. So that was like all warped. Warped perceptions of the game. I do miss the 1.x days. When everyone thought Bennett was bad. Man. Don't get me started on that one. Xing was great. Didn't have a proper DPS. Filled that gap very early on. Not strong for endgame. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. That's a good point. Is like she is a stronger DPS than you can really get than like most of the other random 4-stars at that point. So yeah. If it feels better than my Wanderer, if that means anything. I'm very biased. The thing, well, okay. Wanderer, hate to say this, because I do indeed love my Wanderer. I'm a fan. I don't play him that much, but I am a fan. Uh, but yeah, I think I can agree with that one. Because it's like Aoife doesn't even really do that much worse damage, and he also heals. And he can move a lot more while he's attacking. So, like, effectively, I think he does just play like a more comfortable Wanderer that does deal less damage, but it's not a crazy amount less. We could do some damage comparisons.
Huh?
Why don't we do that? Why don't we do a little bit of that? I'm kind of interested in that. Because
you
Jesus
want me on
Christ
your
has Wanderer
team?
not aged well. Feel like he didn't age well like 2 patches after he came out. I feel so bad for what they did to Wanderer because like that's a whole ass harbinger. That is a whole ass harbinger right there. And they just made him like kind of okay. Obviously good enough to clear. But is it this one? It is that one. Like when it comes to 5-star DPSs, he is like just I really don't want to sound mean because he's not a bad character. He's just overwhelmingly mid. Bias against Wanderer. Okay. Is Wanderer not... I think I did just answer that question of is Wanderer not that good now with Wanderer was never that good.
What do you want from me?
They always designed him to be very reliant on Farazan, and that held him back a little bit. His name isn't cringe because I think he's a cringe unit, by the way. His name is cringe because my profile name, or my traveler name is based. And that's funny. Although, to be fair, I never farmed Desert Pavilion. I only ever used him on Shiminawas, and my Shiminawas was like okay at best. But I still don't think that if I farmed a cracked Shiminawa set, he would have been a cracked unit. Oh, he's on that. So like, okay, maybe it's my fault that Wanderer isn't that good. Admittedly, maybe it's my fault. But I also think it probably has something to do with the scaling. Ah. I think charge attack spam fares the best. That's the cool thing. I always like thinking about Wanderer, even if he wasn't that good, because his combos, he has very free-flowing combos. All of his combos are very similar to each other in terms of DPS, so you can kind of change on the fly what, based on like the enemy lineup, you can change whether you're doing charge attacks or normal attack spam or like N2C stuff, and you can incorporate dashes as you want. It's like not a DPS. That's another cool thing. I like how he has that mechanic where he like shoots the arrows when he dodges, so dodging isn't a DPS loss. There are a lot of little cool things that I like about Wanderer, but like not enough to really continue playing him. Also, am I on Maidens? I am. Perfect. Now I'm doing Wanderer testing. Aoife stream. Aoife and Yun Jin stream, by the way. Okay. Alright, well, I just like garbage rotated that. Being named cringe took me out. I've like missed so much now. I can't possibly read everything. This is gonna be horrible when I have an actual decent amount of viewers, and I'm gonna have to not read people's chats. Wander but no Cloud Retainer should just make him a healer for the... Wander but no Cloud Retainer should make him a healer for their Farina teams? Did you mean Aoife, or did you mean that we should just go Prototype Amber Wanderer? Because that would be funny as hell if that's what you actually meant. Exploration power creep those days. Yeah. Yeah.
Off we go. Why do they never miss?
Whoa, whoa, okay.
No
Chill out.
rest for regrets.
Chill out, big guy.
Dare to mess with me? Ha! Let my name echo in song.
I remember. Oh,
Couldn't
okay.
break,
All right.
but
I was like,
curse.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to Bennett burst in time, and I was not able. Predator Member Wander with maidens? Fuck yeah. Fun fact, I found out while I was editing something, I thought maidens only procced on burst. It procs on skill too. Using a skill also gives everyone 20% healing received. Isn't that crazy? And Tussie, yes. Fuck. Sorry. Sorry. I know the Antussi joke. I just think it's not funny.
Too late for regrets.
I considered deleting that message for a second, but I'll spare you because you didn't know. Okay. Let's get some energy for this Bennett. This is an alley flash Bennett. Oh god, I'm so happy that I built alley flash. I love underestimating how much my weapons will do for Bennett. Okay. This, Farazan, get out of here. There we go. Also, for those of you who don't know, fun fact, whenever your character collects elemental particles, they make a different sound based on what element they are. So, like, Animo units will make a wind sound, Hydro units will make a little bloop sound. It's cool. Try listening to it sometime. Pretty good at the time. I think he's just aged horribly compared to most DPS nowadays. Especially in terms of quality of life. Yeah. That's something I wish they didn't do. They did big power of life or quality of life power creep, and I think I talked about it a little bit in yesterday's stream, where I'm like, I think that the highest DPS characters, that's the wrong order, should have bad quality of life. I think they should be hard to play. Jesus! I still think I can one cycle him. Yeah, easily. Because this guy is made of paper mache and dreams. Like I'm kind of I do think that characters who have higher DPS should have to work harder for that DPS. And you know, Wanderer is not one of those characters. He does have to work a bit harder for his DPS, but he does not have the higher DPS. Alright, thank you for Entua. That is a very fun. Thank you, DorsalFin1 from DorsalFin TV, twitch.tv/DorsalFin1.
Adventure time. We'll see about that.
Alright, so like to be fair, Wander is doing a little bit more than I remembered him doing. I think maybe because I'm just gonna do this first. Maybe because I didn't have this exact build layout where I had Tenacity Karina and Scroll Farazan. But like I'm gonna, even though Wander is doing a little bit more damage than Aoife, I'm gonna take the same amount of rotations. It's still a 2 rotation thing. I'm also like completely messing up my rotation. I should be Bennett bursting into. He's doing 20,000 more damage than Aoife does, which is 50%, to be fair. But a C6 Aoife would be doing, he gets levels on his skill, which is nice. And then that's kind of it, because this is a pretty negligible talent damage addition. It's fine, but this is what this 120% of attack is half his talent scaling at level 10. So okay, why did I exit out of that so fast? Half his scaling at level 10, so a 50% chance of that. That's a 25% damage increase, excluding the extra talent levels from C3. So Aoife with some constellations would get even closer to Wanderer. Let's do a little bit of... Let's go back over here. Is this Farazan C60? Yes, indeed it is. You're not allowed to play Wanderer unless you have Farazan C6. That's like not a rule that that's a Hoyo rule right there. You're not allowed to play any Animo DPS unless you have Farazan C6. I shouldn't say that, because you can do like quick stop stuff with Farazan, where you like kind of use her as a DPS, and then while the enemy still has res shred or whatever, you like do your DPS stuff with your other Animo unit. It's just that Farazan is a completely different unit at C6, where like she needs to do a ton of bullshit to get some real value before that, whereas she becomes an actual support while all you do is skill burst, and she provides a ton of value to your team. Aoife Triple Crowners in chat? Nope, not me. Sorry. I guess I'm not in chat though. Hope your Farazan gets better soon, Cannoli. Hope they actually like start rerunning her more. It's weird because like she isn't the most valuable unit, because the existing Animo DPS between Wanderer and Xiao are not incredibly relevant now. So like on the scale of the entire game, she's just not a very like desirable unit. That's Bennett, that's the wrong direction. Okay. Okay, whatever. You know what? I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't even care that the rotation is completely scuffed and doesn't work. Let me just battery and then teleport away. I promise, like, I have enough ER if I'm not playing like a complete moron. Wish I had an Aoife crown. One day. He'll come home one day. Farazan C3, Aoife C4. Risk the 75-25 to get Navia and be responsible and wait for Emily. You know my answer. You know my answer. Why are you asking me? Like, look, Navia, I love you, but it is no contest. Okay. Whoa, 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 chill out with that. Big dog. Big hamster. Alright, fine. I'm doing like half Wanderer damage. But still, C0 Aoife dealing half Wanderer damage. Also, I just remembered. Wait, Farazan doesn't have artifacts? Oh, I forgot to put Auron stuff back on her. Oopsie daisy. I'll have to retest Wanderer. Attack, animal damage bonus. But the main thing that I remembered was that Aoife does not have the animo damage bonus goblet. I forgot to swap that onto him. There we go. Let's do some actual real testing now. Do test one. Yes, I will be testing Wanderer again. It shouldn't be much higher because that's only 12% damage bonus that I'm getting from Farazan. Um, and you know, Aoife's gonna be getting the same thing. I've been testing Aoife without that, and now I've just wasted Widsith by doing this. It's a 20-second cooldown, right? 30-second. Great. So I'm gonna sit on my ass for like half a minute. Could have gotten an Animo Escoffier. I'm thinking of how to respond to that. Yeah, okay, I get like not wanting to have to get
Whenever I
7
get to
copies
take a
of a
break, I
character
always want a snack.
for her to be like an actual. She, I really don't want to call. She's not a bad character before C6. She's an okay character that's very, very difficult to work with, and she's stupid, ridiculous, and busted at C6. C6 really is that much of an improvement for her. So I get not wanting to have to pull 7 copies of a character for her to really reach the heights that she can reach. But it's just like what I don't want them to power creep Farazan. my little funny brain is like I don't want them to power creep Farazan because I like Farazan. I think she's cool and silly and she already does enough. And it's also just I don't like Escoffier's design in the first place. I think it's too much rule consolidation. So I'll always be against things like that. But I won't like go ahead and say like that is solely a bad thing just because I don't like it. But I don't like it. Bennett. Okay, let's do some battering. Okay. I think he's gonna do his thing now. Do your fruits. Do your fruits. There we go.
Mind the wind.
Okay. 43, 44.
Nothing personal. Easy now, Kakuku.
Time to shine. Everybody stand back. Too late for regrets. Have fun with this. Rocket away.
Also, the fact that Farazan is contributing significant personal damage to this team will bring them a little. Well, Farazan and Farina will bring them a little closer. And the fact that Aoife is building more fanfare than Wanderer. I don't know if he's building full fanfare, which that is something that I should check. Let me do that. Oop, gotta plug in the laptop, the crap top. Curious to see how much you can potentially get Wanderer to heal for Farina. 6% every 2 seconds, 18%, 20%, 15% healing effectiveness. Actually, so Maiden's, the healing received does affect Prototype Amber. I don't know if healing bonus does. Because I was just going to do simple math there. But I'm no longer able to do simple math. Want to cook cuckoo so much. What is it with Natlan men and the better... I shouldn't say the better part of the character, but the better part of their character being the Saurians. Kukuku and Aoife are close. They're co-workers. It's real close to see who's the more important one. But I think I am safe in saying Ahau is better than Kanich. Not because I don't like Kanich, but because I love Ahau. Let's eat these up. Delicious. If you ever C2, I feel prototype. C2, I think C2 does make prototype Amber enough. Could be wrong on that, but I do hear that. Yeah, prototype Amber is never going to be enough healing for Farina. The issue about Wanderer is that his burst ends his skill state. I mean, it's not really a big issue, but it just means that you have to burst at the beginning of the rotation, which I guess you would want to do for you know, Farina purposes anyways. It just feels weird. Is the main thing for me. Yeah, it just feels weird. Two B's healing bonus. Good point. Is there a way I could test this on, or like I could just like put this into a calculator and find out? You know what? I'm just gonna do. Easy, easy enough to find out. Let me check to make sure. Because it'll change if I have HP stats on these. I do on the flower. So I can't be swapping the flower. And on the sands. And on the goblet. Not on the circlet. But there is HP. Ugh, that's annoying. Do I have a maiden's circlet anywhere? It's healing bonus. Okay. Because I was thinking of just going 2Bs. We'll just remove this now. And then... This has no HP. Perfect. So... I won't be gaining any HP by that. So let's just check. What's the healing tick without any healing bonus right now?
Come here, you little rascal.
95. And then let's go 2P healing bonus. And let's make sure my current max HP is 15,756. So let's check. Because Prototype Amber heals on your character's max HP. That has HP on it. Freaking Gorsh. Oh, and everything had max HP on it. Alright, you know what? Do I have a feather that has no HP on it? God, it has 200. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It'll like not be anything, right? This is annoying to test.
Let's go.
Oh God, he didn't respond. Maybe bullied into not pulling one pretty girl for another. Okay. Okay.
We'll see about that.
Mind the wind.
Wait for a
Let's
rest.
get our batterying up. There we go. Actually, Aoife, get punched. Good job. I have C2 and it really is. Really? I've totally heard that Prototype Amber has been enough for C2 Farina. Like, I mean, it still isn't, it builds much better fanfare, is what I should have said. It still isn't enough for the sake of keeping HP above 50% for, you know, Farina's summon damage. But it builds a lot more fanfare, which I guess Farina's summon damage is pretty relevant, especially at C2. Healing tick. 14,351. Seems like it's getting affected by healing bonus to me. Because I gained 200 extra XP or HP, and the healing is 500 higher. So yeah, Prototype Amber is affected by healing bonus, and it is affected by the incoming healing. So then, because Farina's fanfare is based on the percentage of the HP that changes, it's not based on like the actual amount healed. That's pretty simple to figure out. You have 18% at base from Prototype Amber, then times 1.15. I'm just gonna throw this into Google right here. Google 18 times 1.15 times 1.2 is 24.84. We'll round that up to 25. For 4 characters, that's 100 fanfare, which is a third of what our maximum is. It's like not bad, but you're definitely gonna need another healer. Okay, let's go back to Wanderer. Already looking pretty grim for him, though. Does build fanfare, but then future rotations, and you just kind of gain less and less. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, don't listen to me. I'm a constellation hater, so I probably just spit lies about constellations. Project for Aoife isn't Widsith. Oh yeah, Widsith is better for damage. I was just using. Okay, let's get you off of that. I was just using Prototype Amber for the sake of that testing. I use Widsith for DPS Aoife because I would use Lost Prayer, but I mean, actually, I should use Widsith over Lost Prayer because these passives are fucking insane. But the main, I generally don't like using Widsith, but I do use it for DPS Aoife because it has crit damage substat, and obviously he's using Obsidian Codex, which makes him get a ton of crit rate. So he has a much easier time, or he tends to overcap when using a crit rate weapon. So let's just check this out. Let's check my ratio. 86-184.
Adventure time. Dare to mess with me? Ears of the storm.
Squall Fury.
How did that hit me? I was like trying to move back so it wouldn't hit me. Okay, I'm seeing 70,000 charge attacks. Isn't bad. I think charge attack spam is his best combo without any attack speed, and I am using Shimenawa's, so I'm not getting any attack speed. Using his signature set, Desert Pav, might change that a little bit to like N2C or normal attack spam. But he's getting what? He's getting 30,000 damage higher than Aoife, almost double. But his damage is not the only significant damage going on in this team, and Aoife is building fanfare better, which is increasing the other significant sources of damage in this team better. So yeah, he's obviously he's doing the more damage. He is designed to be the DPS, but it's not significantly better than a crowned C0 Aoife, which, you know, I really wish they didn't do my boy dirty like that.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Know your place.
Okay.
Far enough.
Actually, you know what? He did get somewhat close to one rotating. That was with the fruits, though. The exploding fruits. So, definitely better than Aoife, but I don't know if it would really lead to much higher clear, or much lower clear times. Which is, you know, in a game that only has timed combat trials as its only endgame mode, clear times are what matters most. And you still have to do 2 rotations to kill this guy. Which maybe that's not true in Abyss. Maybe like it's like 3 rotations with Aoife versus 2 rotations with Wanderer, which then that is a significant difference. It's all very, very relative. But Aoife is still painfully close to Wanderer. Tried juggling the 2 for 2 agents in Abyss with Aoife, Auron, and Hydro. I was juggling them a little bit with I did a DPS Aoife clear, and Farazan is very, very good at staggering them because her like skill things stagger and group them. So she made it really easy to clear them, even though they're animal resistant. Die, funny llamas.
Too late for regrets.
Yun Jin stream, by the way. If anyone was wondering, this is a Yun Jin. This is a stream about Yun Jin. Okay. Love Farazan. She's one of my faves.
Dare to mess with me?
We love Hatsune Miku in this stream. We love DPS Hatsune Miku, who does just a little bit too much damage for all the buffing that she does. It's bad when Escoffier does it, but it's good when Farazan does it. Because Farazan looks cool.
We'll see about that.
Played DPS Farazan for a while. Super fun. Yeah, I always like want to be playing more DPS Farazan. I always really like her as a unit who can do, you know, things like this, where it's just like throw her in, deal a little bit of damage at the beginning of rotation, and then go in with someone else. Always really appreciated her like that. But I like don't really play her enough like that. I mostly just use her as a support, which she does deal still pretty good damage as support. You know, you're seeing 70k bursts out of her, which is absolutely not nothing. Nice little bit of front-loaded damage going on. But certainly not like DP, like it's just kind of support that deals damage is what that territory is. I don't think I would necessarily call that DPSing, but maybe I'm just weird and stingy. Fun and quick swap? Yeah. I did, again, I think, was it yesterday? No, this was during my Abyss stream that I did a Lanyan Farazan clear. It was Marechaussee Lanyan, or Marechaussee Farazan VV Lanyan. It's like a split dual carry DPS thing. And I'm gonna keep saying it. One of my favorite things about Farazan is that all of her buffs are not tied to her artifacts, they're just tied to her kit. So you can put whatever artifacts you want on her while, you know, she still continues to do all the buffing stuff. I think that was it. I think I expected Wanderer's damage to be lower because I always just do Wanderer charge attack spam in the overworld without doing any buffs. And I'm like, yeah, that's 20,000 that I'm hitting there. And Aoife kind of hits 20,000s at sometimes, right? I don't know.
Too slow.
He's certainly better than I remember him being, but I still would not call him particularly great. And he looks funny when he's moving this fast. Because I'm getting Anima Resonance and Lost Prayer movement speed. Which, it is really pathetic that he moves this slow when he's doing his attacks. That is a big quality of life thing. Makes it much harder to dodge things sort of passively like Aoife does. Where he can continue attacking, and even if he sees an attack coming, he just kind of like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go over here. I'm not gonna get hit by that.
Quit following me.
That is not really something that Wanderer is able to do. And Wanderer is not a full party healer. Even number 1. I don't know about number 1. Pretty good. I'd say maybe better than a lot of people give him credit for. Don't know if I would go so far as to say number 1. He's hot though. Doop, doop. Let's take him back out. Let's also take the Girl of the Hour back out. Girl of the Hour because she only appeared for an hour of the stream
Which opera shall
before
we
I
perform
swapped her out.
today?
I'm sorry, Lanyan. I really did intend to do more with you. Like, even just with this Aoife testing alone, she's like doing better than I really remember her doing. Because the issue with Lanyan is really that I
Let's
just
go get
don't
ourselves some
play
answers.
many characters where all I do is normal attacks. So I haven't really had a place to use her until Aoife. Like, who of these characters just does normal attacks? I'm looking at them, literally none. Charge attack, off fielder, but even if she's on field, she does burst. She has like normal and charge attack combos. Same with her. Maybe you could do normal attack spam with her. Charge attack, skill, charge attack spam, burst. Sino Yun Jin. Aoife is the #1 tall male animo catalyst tuner. You didn't even have to say catalyst. You didn't have to get that specific, but you did. And I can respect it. You can get away without a shielder. Poor Scara basically needs Lanyan? Did you mean Layla? Because Lanyan is not a shielder. Lanyan makes a crystallized shield, and that's only sometimes. Oh, wait, no. I don't know why I thought Yun Jin was Lanyan. He's Lanyan? That's interesting. Because Lanyan, I mean, I guess she does some stuff for Wanderer. She can hold TTDS for Wanderer. Which is probably more than any other shielder can do for him. So yeah, I guess you would use Lanyan. Hold on. Wait, that's kind of interesting. Because now I'm thinking about using... Well, okay. The issue about using any shielder with Wanderer is you're gonna have to give up a lot of damage for it. So who would you even replace in the Wanderer team? Because yes, I do agree, he does basically need a shielder.
This had
Like
better be important.
even with skill, there's not a ton that you can do. Like to, it's hard. It's hard. It's really, it's real difficult. I just wish he was better than he was, is what it comes down to. Um, even with the sort of dodge, where is it like gale arrows or whatever, he has an incentive to dodge. He doesn't really lose DPS for dodging, but there's like only a chance for this to proc and only a chance for him to get the gale arrow effect. What is it called? The descent effect. My bad. Where he shoots 4 wind arrows that don't have a special name, which is weird, because Genshin always has special names for everything. Especially if you're using Bennett and you're dodging outside of his circle, it's really rough. And, you know, even with the other attack buffer of Eon-san, Wanderer can't make use of 4-piece scroll, so Eon-san isn't really all that... Like, Eon-san's main strength over Bennett isn't there for Wanderer. It's... I mean, I guess you could argue that her main strength is not being in circle impact, but the damage percent that she gives is a big... Like, that's a lot of her strength. Hi, Heart. Hi, Heart. What's going on? Wanderer is just weird. Wanderer is weird, and he's not all that good, and I wish he was better.
Relax.
She with Lanyan, and she's my only 4-star at C0. She only really needs C0. You only need Lanyan. I mean, her best constellation is C1, and that's if you want to use her as a DPS. And the rest of them are just fine, but she functions fine at C0. She does more than Lanyan. What would see Lolly? Seat Lolly would... No, I think Lanyan is better than Seat Lolly. I guess... No, because you'd give up Farina before you gave up Bennett in Wanderer teams. So, Seat Lolly wouldn't be shredding res for Farina. She would just have a weaker shield and still hold TTDS. Feel free to correct me, but I don't think Seat Lolly would be better than Lanyan for Wanderer. Toma can give some Oh, actually that's true. Toma is definitely Wanderer's best shielder. Forgot about... Sorry, Toma. I don't know how I forgot about you. I'm, like, actually #1 Toma salesman. I do love Toma. I built him on his first banner because I wanted to use him with Hu Tao before I knew that he was not really all that good with Hu Tao. But I am a strong believer that Toma is actually pretty good. Animal particles, shield, TTDS, normal attack, refreshing. Okay, yeah, that's about Lanyan, which I think, yeah, all true. Toma gets double pyro. I think I could calc it. I'm a little too tired to calc it at the moment. No, I actually don't think I have to calc it because it's both of them could use Noblesse because Lanyan is not going to be using VV in a Wanderer team. And then the only difference is that Lanyan gets to hold TTDS, which is 48% attack, versus Toma's 15 damage bonus. I always think it's 20. I don't know why I always think it's 20, but it's actually 15. I don't think that maybe it is close. Maybe it's close. I don't think it's close. 48% attack versus 15 damage bonus. My gut tells me that 48% attack wins. Does do damage. She does do, yeah, she does do damage as well. She doesn't do damage, or not as much damage with TTDS, but she does a lot more damage with Toma than Toma in any case. I only see one and I only got Lanyan from Legend. Oh god, that is horrible. Sorry. Toma, my husband. I hope you love using him with Ryo. You might have to pull Emily to make him feel good with Risley. Pull Emily. Everybody should pull Emily. Everybody listening right now needs to pull Emily. Right now. Pull Emily. I am going to have so much fun with this 101. Jesus Christ. But yeah, Toma application can be a little bit low, and it probably is going to have to be supplemented by burning, which, okay, fine. Maybe Nahida is going to be better for Risley's personal damage because she can buff EM, blah, blah, blah. But Emily's really pretty and she does 1,000,000 damage, so you should get her. Oh, you said Nahida also works. I wasn't sarcastically replying to your thing, I promise. I was just comedically disregarding Nahida because I love Emily. I always am gonna say that when it comes to Emily. I'm always gonna be like, oh, sure, fine, I guess Nahida works. But Emily's the GOAT, so why would you ever use Nahida? Jesus Christ, it's almost been 5 hours. What have I been doing? Would the EM buff be better for Riot? Yeah, it wouldn't be better for the team damage because, as mentioned, Emily do 1,000,000 damage. But when it comes to Risley's personal damage, the whole point of burning is that Risley's melting, so melt skill with EM. So Risley himself is gonna do more damage with Nahida's EM buff. But like, stop talking about Nahida. She's not important because you can use Emily. So why would you ever even consider using Nahida in the first place? Who even pulled for Nahida? Nahida is nobody has Nahida. Everybody has Emily. Right? So like, why would you even suggest Nahida in the first place? Because people would have to pull her to get use of her, whereas everybody already has Emily. I really love deluding myself, if you guys couldn't tell. How do I fit Nahida, or how do I fit Nahida? How do I fit Emily into Wanderer team?
I'm quite flattered.
Thank you, Emily. Look at it. She's so polite. She's so kind. You just say you hate me. I told Emily I've never regretted her. I'm happy you said that. I'm glad you said that you never regretted her, but I also think it's really, this is something that I was thinking about the other day. I think it's so funny how like the biggest compliment that so many people think they can give in Genshin is like, I pulled X and I didn't regret I didn't regret them. Like, didn't regret them is maybe this is just me being insane, but I think it's just so funny that like the thing that so many people resort to is I didn't regret them. And it's like, I don't really feel like I ever really regretted any of my characters. Excuse me. So full of gas. I don't really think I ever regretted any of my characters. Like even like Nouvelette, even though I never use him, or Zhongli, I guess, is the best example. I've gotten use out of them and I've learned a lot from them to where I would never really even consider saying that I regret them. I just don't really use them anymore. I can't explain it, but it's just like it's a funny phenomenon to me. The MBF Nahida is in the, yeah, we put Nahida back in her cage. I got Nahida and put her on Tenacity because Ryo... Oh, Tenacity? I don't even know why I never thought of that. I feel like I've heard of Tenacity Nahida in the past, and I like write it off because like, why would you never have Deepwood? Why would you never not have Deepwood Nahida. But in a team like Burning, where she is not doing any damage at all, yeah, Tenacity would make sense. Free to play before Risley. So sorry for that you're suffering from the same brainworms as we all are. Let's just go to a Risley team. We're already talking about him. What is this? Oh, okay. This one, you guys are going to have to forgive me. This is my weekly boss team. Because the new weekly boss has that cryo incentive where you have to be applying cryo. This mother freaker. You have to be applying cryo all the time. And you have to freeze it. So I built that team for the sake of fighting that boss. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but it has a lot of pretty units that I like looking at, so I don't really care. Let's go to a real Risley team. Sorry, Lenny, you're getting replaced.
Let's get to work.
Got a job for me?
There we go. Here we
It would be my
go.
honor.
Here we are. Benny.
Gonna be epic.
Never regret a character's because I look, you just adore having them to look at. Regret pulling Raiden? Fair. Fair. Honestly, maybe, like, if I had gotten close to, quote-unquote, regretting any characters, maybe Raiden would be one of them. I don't really use Raiden for anything. Again, she's one of those characters where, like, she kind of did teach me about the game. She did sort of carry me through it. She was the second 5-star I ever pulled, I think. Hu Tao first, Raiden second. Because I took a big break. I didn't play a ton during 1.0. 1.x. But I got Hu Tao in 1.x. And then, you know, Inazuma came around and I was like, I like Electro. I think Electro's really cool. So let me go pull the Archon. And then I did pull the Archon. And I didn't really like her. I still don't really like her. She's cool enough. I like the concept of the kit. But I think she's one of those characters where she's like, she's not really for me. Tenacity EM Raya. Toma Bennett. Oh wait, do you mean Tenacity Nahida? I'm guessing that is. Shilona and then Escoffier performs this game. I'm sorry, I read the word Escoffier and my vision turned red. I just, like, I couldn't see for a moment there. I blacked out. Like, yeah, okay, fine. Escoffier does perform the same as Melt Risley, but Risley's doing 25% of the damage instead of 65%. And it's easier to play than Melt Risley. But I want to see my boy do big number. Every time, because I'm always like, I don't really understand. Oh, for the longest time, I should say, I didn't understand why people were like, I really want to see big number out of my favorite character. Like, I want to do everything I can to make my favorite character do big number, because I've never really been a big number person in the first place. This sort of even goes on to see, like, Risley is my big number character, and he doesn't do fantastic big numbers. He does a lot of numbers more than he does big numbers. But I was always more of a gazillion numbers person. You know, I'm an aggravate goblin. I'm a Sino lover. So I always liked seeing a gazillion numbers on screen more than I really liked seeing one big number. So for the longest time I was always like, it's weird that people like seeing all these big numbers, because I'm like, there's the big number teams are never really practical teams. And my thought process was like, anyone can do a big number with enough setup in the right team. But then I eventually learned, okay, I get it. With Risley, I understand. I really like min-maxing his big numbers. So I maybe can see the I see the point I see the point of why people love min-maxing their favorite characters. Got a scholar set? Hold on. I need to remind myself. I don't have any scholar pieces, so I have to look this up. Scholar is, if I remember correctly, is it energy? I thought it was only to bow units. Is it also to catalyst units? Or is it damage bonus? Or something like that. No, 3 energy. All party members who have a bow or a catalyst equipped.
Relax.
So it's exile, but for specific weapon types. Enlighten me on, like, why? Instructor, okay. Alright, yeah, instructor, that makes more sense. Because instructor's actually the really busted one. I was like, okay, look, I think Scholar is a really cool set. I think it's a really interesting set. But I still haven't really found a use for it. Because Exile exists, and Exile is better, but it's still really not all that good. Goro is the only Exile user of all time. Oh wow, he's already on it. Perfect. This is 6 energy to every party member. And then Scholar... It's 3 energy every 3 seconds every time you collect elemental particles, so it can potentially be a lot more than Exile, but it's only to bow or catalyst characters. The wording is really weird, although I guess I don't know how else they would word it. It says, to all party members who have a bow or catalyst equipped. Which, the way it's worded, it sounds like characters can equip whatever weapon they want. He's Exile Goro 2 based. Wish he had a real buffing set. Actually, maybe now, if you do, not, like, full Mono Geo, you do, like, Ito, Goro, Chiori, and then, like, another, like, a Petch unit, a Pyro, Electro, Cryo, Hydro unit, then you could do, Scroll Goro. Who would you even do in that last slot? Can't be Farina, so, like, that's out the window. I guess you would do just, like, Yelan. She has damage percent buffing. She has a little bit of personal damage herself. That's sad. Scroll erased the one reason Exile ever had to exist. Although, Exile Goro does indeed get my, horrible, disgustingly low energy recharge Ito to function. So I probably shouldn't swap to Scroll. Four star sets are cool. I wish they had 5-star versions. Preaching to the choir here. Give us 5-star instructor. Please give us 5-star. I guess instructor is really the only one. Exile is kind of cool. And I pulled C6 Farina for my Ito so I could use Goro with... That's beautiful. That is beautiful. Pulling C6 Farina for Ito is fucking gorgeous.
Following me.
Hey, the Shilon C0 can't work with Goro. Shilon C2 also can't work with Goro. Sorry, not sorry. I'm spitting straight fucking facts because guess what? Shilon C2 still doesn't make it so that she can heal. She only has her Geosource simples always remain active. And the main reason you would want to use Shilona with Goro is not the main reason, but like it would be really, really beneficial if you could have Ito, Goro, Shilonen, Farina. But because Shilonen still can't heal at C2 because she has this dumbass restriction where she has to have her source samples change types if she wants to heal, it just doesn't work. Sorry, I hate Shilonen C2. I hate Shilonen C2 because it fucks over Ito. And I know it was made to fuck over or what am I saying? I was no. Chiori C1 was made to fuck over Chiori. It wasn't made to fuck over anybody, I don't think. No. It was made to fuck over Chiori because here's the thing: is that to shred res, she has to have the 2 source samples changed. So if she didn't have that, then what you could do is have Shilonen, Chiori, Geoconstruct, and then Petch Unit, and then all the elemental resistances would still be shredded. So yeah, this constellation exists to fuck over Chiori. And I hate it. Feels targeted to Ito? It does. I think it's to fuck over Chiori because Chiori was the newer released unit. She was the more relevant unit. She does a lot of freaking damage from off field. So I think even though it does seem like it was a targeted Ito buff, I think Ito was more of a like a what's the term? He was a coincidental casualty. I think this was targeted at Shiori instead. Nerf is damaged. Nerf is damaged so he can shine. Fear I am not mentally okay. You're doing better than most of us in this chat, including me. Collateral damage. There we go. Thank you. Zephyrus. I think that's how I pronounce it. Zephyrus. I know you've been in my chat a few times, and I don't know if I've asked this before. Sorry. But yeah, Ito was real collateral damage when it came to Shilonen C2 because Chiori had just come out and she relied on Geo units, so if Shilonen could still shred res with only one non-Geo sample, then you would be able to do Chiori, Geo Construct unit, Shilonen, and Petch unit. More or less. I'm getting crazy deja vu because I feel like I've done this before and that's what you answered before. Too much ER, too much crit, too much attack. Raiden is a tonal black hole of stats. Indeed. Alright.
Too slow.
What? Okay. Maybe I'm thinking about somebody else that I had this exact same interaction with. I mean, I know I've seen you around before. I've seen a few of your chats. But I think taking away the healing was so unnecessary. Indeed. I don't even know why they did that. That just feels stupid. It feels stupid that C2 doesn't fix that, but it feels stupid-er that it happens in the first place. What is the point of taking this healing away? Also, I very much have to pee. I've been trying to hold off and like looking for an opportunity to end stream, and I probably will end stream somewhat soon. But There we go. Sorry, I had to plug in my hard drive so I could bring up my dead screen. Here we go. I still do see myself ending soon, but I'm gonna have to take a pee break before I do. Where is it? Here it is. All right, okay, all right. Ugh. Graphic design is indeed my passion. How did it take me this long to realize your profile picture is Seth that was holding a gun? I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I didn't really try to make it subtle, but it came out subtle, and I think that's just like part of the art of it. If I didn't see the face, I would have seen set this for an Abyss Lecter? What? Hold on, I need to look at my own profile picture now. An Abyss Lecter?
Relax.
Also, how have I gained 3 subscribers during this stream? Not that that's a ton. But it's I don't know, it's just funny. Abyss Lecter. Yeah, I'm not really seeing it. Let's pull up the Abyss Lecters. Shout out to our favorite hot men, the Abyss Lecters. As much as I do love my wait, am I still muted? No? Okay. My stream's just being weird. As much as I do love my Risley, I love my Aoife. I love me a man without a face. Jesus Christ, do I love me a man without a face. Something about the faceless creatures just gets me going. I'm sorry, but oh, Abyss Lecters, Give me a playable Abyss Lecter, and I will like hands and fucking knees. Swear to God. Capitano! Please, Capitano. Oh wait, from the pick I put up for taking a break. Okay, that's what you meant. Um all right. Okay, I see that. All right. But Black Serpent Knights, they all right, I get that they are also faceless men, but like they don't do it like the fucking Abyss Lectors do. The Hydro Abyss Lecter? This is like devolved fully into a thirst stream, okay? Look at this man. Look at this creature. That's Endra the Pyro. I know Endra's the Pyro one. And like, I mean, am I attracted to Enjo for being a goblin? A little bit, but I'm also attracted to him for being a faceless demon. And I think that's the primary thing going on there. Gayheart died when Capitano got it. Capitano still didn't get a face reveal. I think they did that right. They quote unquote revealed his face. I hope I never get to see his face. I hope that stays with the Traveler forever. This is the flavor how I want to end the stream? Hell yes it is. This is what I want to leave people with. I love men without faces. And I am not ashamed of it. The Electro one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not apologizing for any of this. It was his past self taking the mask off. I'm confused, I think, here. I would also say Primos for Enjo. I want Enjo. The mask stays on. Sumeru boss. Actually, yeah, we gotta do a quick Iniquitous Baptist. Oh, wait, Iniquitous Baptist is right here. Oh, it's even worse. It's even worse. Not only does he not have a face, he has multiple arms. How do you resist this? How do you resist this? You can't, physically. Everybody likes this. I'm a normal person and I have normal desires, normal feelings, and I know that everybody is in love with this. This is the peak male form. I didn't bring up the Abyss Lecter shield. Oh, I mean, as a Constellation hater, sure, I guess that would be cool. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. That is cool because it's flavorful enough that I would like having Enjo bring up Abyss Lecter shield. But it certainly would not be me. I certainly would not concern myself with that. For some reason, I don't really like the Cryo one as much as I like the Hydro one. I think Pyro and Hydro are two of my favorites, though. They stand out, and Iniquitous Baptist is just a step above everybody else, because he has 4 arms. Imagine what he could do with all those arms. The purple Yaksha with 4. Was that Bosacious? That wasn't Bosacious, was it? Was he I mean, all of them are dead except for Shao. That's the thing. What do I have now? Okay. And okay. I don't remember. Bosacious is the only one whose name I remember aside from Shao. So that's why I'm guessing. Love my four-armed men, though. Do indeed love those little freaks. Yun Jin stream, by the way. I loved testing Yun Jin so much during this entire stream. Opinions on... I remember bananas. Bananas! I remember the okay, yeah. Remember the Yaksha name sounds like bananas. Bosacious did have four arms. Okay, cool. I'm smart and I'm good and I definitely don't just remember the one name and I didn't just guess that one. I also, yeah, I remember bananas now that you guys mention it. I mean, I'm Biram. Oh, I don't know why I thought for a moment, I was like, wait, who's Biram? My dumbass. My dumbass. Do you even have to ask? If you have to ask, you don't deserve to know. Come on, show us Biram. This man. I don't care that he's an NPC. I don't care that he has a generic face. I only care that he's 9 feet tall and could kill me by stepping on me.
The signs will reveal who has been appointed.
You have been appointed to kill me with your breasts. Please, Biram. Please, Biram. I beg of thee. This man is incredible. Loki and Mutoda guy, I can respect it. I can totally respect that. We got a One Piece fan over here. But I have certainly I've picked my side, okay? And it's not just because the Masters of the Nightwind are my favorite. It's also because Biram is my favorite. And maybe those two facts inform each other. But I don't care enough to inspect that.
The signs will reveal who
All right,
has
dude.
been
Could you say
appointed.
something else, please? I guess not. You ever watch One Piece? Is Mutoda a ref to it? I don't know. He looks like he's from One Piece, but I've never watched One Piece. I just think it's funny to call everything One Piece. Mutota, or what am I saying, Mutoda? Biram is indeed father. Father is the respectful term. Where is Mutoda? I haven't ever thirsted after him, so I don't know exactly where he is. Biram is the only one that I always go after.
The wind rises.
Is he like over here somewhere? I just want to see him. He looks like a One Piece character is what I'm trying to say. As someone who's never watched One Piece, he looks like he could be from One Piece. Pascal? Pascal? I guess Pascal is how you pronounce that. But his name is not Pascal. There's no S, I don't think. I think it's just Pakal. Right? I could be being indignant about this for no reason.
Quit following me.
He's near the thing. Thanks for the advice. I know exactly where Mutoda is now. Do you mean the pillar? Pakal. Oh, there he is. Pakal's right here. Yeah, fake Pakal fan. Didn't even know what his name was. Unless you got auto-corrected, which I guess I forgive you. But there's no S. Now let's go find Mutoda near the... Do you mean he's near this totem? Because I did not see him.
Squall and fury. Too slow.
Near... At the houses.
As long as you've got it, Bruce, just go for it.
Wander pretending to be a flower of the... What the fuck are these people called? A flower feather clan member. Because he can fly. His house is above the other houses. Southeast of the totem. Oh, that one. Oh, there he is. I see him. I understand. I see the vision. I just do not... I won't drink the Kool-Aid. I do not subscribe to it. Like, this is totally... As someone who has never seen One Piece, this is a One Piece character.
Patience is the key to solving problems.
Come on. He's even spouting proverbs. Like, doesn't everybody talk about the power of friendship or something in that series? I don't know. Mutoda indeed has a good model.
Just go for it.
The wind rises.
Gave him scars, gave him some actual, muscles. Oh, the muscles.
Patience is the key to solving problems.
And the gray hair and the big stupid hat. Alright, yeah. He's a lot of fun.
As long as you've thought it through, just go for it.
Real One Piece coded. Someone who has never watched One Piece, I think your assessment is 100% accurate. Thank you for agreeing. Thank you for reaffirming my factual
Patience is the
statement.
key to solving problems.
As long as you've thought it through, just go for it.
Okay. As much as I have enjoyed thirsting over
There's no
fictional
need to
men
exchange pleasantries.
and fictional
Rather pathetic to force a
creatures,
conversation just to
I think I am gonna end it here. I think I am gonna cut it off here.
Key to solving problems.
I'm getting a little tired, and I do have work tomorrow, and it is Jesus Christ 11:30 p.m. So, hope you guys have fun. I had fun. Thank you for joining me. We got so much Yun Jin testing done. This stream was about Yun Jin, and we did so much Yun Jin testing. Thanks for coming. Have a lovely night now, or day if you're not in the United States. Bye-bye. Thanks for coming again. I keep saying the same things, but bye-bye.